Good afternoon, and welcome to the October 26, 2022 public hearing of the City of Mesa Planning and Zoning Board. I'm Jeff Crockett, the chair of the board. Let's begin with a roll call. Again, I'm Chair Crockett present. Vice Chair Ayers.
Here.
Board Member Allen.
Here.
Board Member Sarkisian.
Here.
Board Member Peterson.
Here.
Board Member Pitcher.
Here.
Board Member Montez.
Here.
Okay, wonderful. We have a quorum. If you would bear with me for just a moment here, I was just handed a fistful of blue cards, and we're trying to get organized for purposes of our consent agenda. Yeah. All right, thank you for bearing with us. We have a number of the items on the consent agenda that have been pulled off. So we will go ahead and move forward with the consent agenda. We only have a few items that are left on that. The other items will be discussed in turn. Board Member Peterson has volunteered to read our consent agenda, so I'll turn it over to him.
Items for the consent agenda. Item 2A, minutes from the October 12, 2022 study session and regular meeting. Item 4D, ZON 22-00773, District 6, within the 10,900 to 11,000 block of East Elliott Road and within the 3,500 block of South Signal Beat Road, located north of LA and east of Signal Beat Road, 84. Site plan review. This request will allow for the expansion of an existing water treatment facility. Recommendation is approval with conditions. Item 4E, ZON 22-00779, District 6, within the 4,900 to 5,000 blocks of South Power Road, located north of Ray Road and on the east side of Power Road. Council use permit. This request will allow for freeway landmark signage. Recommendation is continuation to the November 16, 2022 Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Item 6A. Is there a need to read the whole thing, or how should I condense it?
Yes,
Okay.
unfortunately,
All right,
yes.
I knew I wasn't getting off scot-free here. Item 6A, amending chapters 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 24, 30, 31, 58, 69, 70, 86, and 87 pertaining to temporary uses, outdoor display, site plans, and special events. The amendments include, but are not limited to, repealing in its entirety section 11-31-20, outdoor retail sales, and replacing it with a new section 11-31-20, outdoor display. Repealing in its entirety section 11-31-30, temporary uses, swap meets and farmer markets, and replacing it with a new section 11-31-30, temporary uses. Repealing in its entirety section 11-70-4, temporary use permit, and replacing it with a new section 11-70-4, temporary use permit, modifying land use tables pertaining to schools, temporary uses, accessory uses, outdoor display, outdoor storage, portable storage, warehousing and storage, recycling facilities, and manufactured home parks and subdivisions, modifying the definition for special events, adding new definitions for temporary outdoor entertainment, temporary outdoor sales, temporary use permit, and outdoor display, and making minor clerical corrections. Recommendation is adoption. Item 6B, amending chapters 6, 7, 8, 31, 58, and 86 pertaining to outdoor eating areas. The amendments included the amendments include, but are not limited to, repealing in its entirety section 11-31-19 outdoor eating areas and replacing it with a new section 11-31-19 outdoor eating areas, modifying land use tables pertaining to outdoor eating areas, and modifying the definition for outdoor eating areas. Recommendation is adoption. And that concludes the consent agenda.
Thank you, Board Member Peterson. Can I have a motion to approve our consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Is there a
I
second?
second that. I second that.
Second by Board Member Allen. Would you please vote? Okay, it looks like by your vote of 7 ayes, no noes, the consent agenda has passed. I'll turn the time over now to Assistant Director Prelog for presentations of the remainder of the agenda.
All right, thank you, Chair, Board members. So the first item off of consent is item 3A, which is EON 22-00732, and Evan Ballmer is going to be making the presentation.
Chair, board members, this is case ZON 22-00732. It's a request for site plan review and a special use permit to allow a drive-through car wash within the Hampton Square PAD. The site is located on the west side of Crisman Road, south of Hampton Avenue, between the Hampton and the US 60. The subject property is crosshatched on the image here. The general plan designation for the property is mixed-use activity district. Per Chapter 7 of the general plan, the goals of the mixed-use activity district are to create strong and viable centers of commercial activity and attract people to unique shopping and entertainment experiences. The proposed car wash that we're discussing today is not consistent with the goals of specifically the mixed-use activity district of the general plan. Further, the general plan outlines some other areas for consideration when we get these applications in, how staff reviews them. Specifically, Chapter 7 outlines primary uses that are expected in the mixed-use activity district. Those include retail, restaurants, offices, personal services, movie theaters, hotels. Additionally, Chapter 16 is the implementation chapter of the general plan. That's specifically how we put the plan into action, and we look through that when we're reviewing cases to see how everything fits. So, its mixed-use activity districts are specifically addressed in Chapter 16, and it says mixed-use activity district development will be reviewed for the opportunity to enhance the vitality of these districts by providing the right mix of uses to meet the community needs. As I mentioned previously, the car wash is not contemplated as a primary use within the mixed-use activity district, and therefore doesn't further enhance the vitality of this district. Chapter 4 of the general plan, which is building strong neighborhoods, gets into overconcentration of uses. And it says anytime that there's a conditional use permit, which a special use permit falls under that umbrella, we need to look at those a little bit closer to make sure we're not overconcentrating these in any one specific area. Here you can see we put together an image. The proposed car wash location is located in Burgundy here. The two rings on the map, there's a 1 mile radius and a 2 mile radius. Within the 1 mile radius, there are 3 existing car wash facilities. If we expand that out to 2 miles, there's 5 additional car wash facilities for a total of 8. Some of these are the smaller variety that are located behind a gas station, a single bay, single car at a time. While smaller in scope, those are still car washes under the definition. I wanted to bring the board's attention to 3 of these in particular that are highlighted in red circles on this map. The first is a Superstar car wash, which was approved in 2016. It's located about 1,000 feet north of the subject site. It's on the other side of Chrisman, so east side of Chrisman, north of Hampton. Again, that one's 1,000 feet from the subject property. The second one that I wanted to mention that's also within a mile is the Quick Quack Car Wash. That was approved in 2018. It's located on Signal Butte in Hampton, so almost exactly a mile from the subject property. Those two are full-scale car washes similar to the Cobblestone that we're discussing today. So the drive-through, the vacuum canopies, the whole 9 yards with that one. Also, the third one that I've highlighted here is actually an existing Cobblestone car wash, which is just out of that mile radius. It's on Signal Butte, located between the 60 and Baseline. The zoning on the property is Planned Employment Park, Planned Area Development Overlay, so PEP, PAD. The intent of that PEP district is to allow areas for office parks, research and development, manufacturing, as well as ancillary uses like retail, restaurants, other supportive uses. There are zoning districts where a car wash is allowed by right. The PEP is not one of those. That requires a special use permit, as I mentioned. With a special use permit, there's a specific section of the code, section 1175, where we get into criteria for reviewing special use permits. The two that I wanted to bring the board's attention to are criteria 1 and criteria 2. So criteria 1 says approval of the project will advance the goals and objectives and is consistent with the policies of the general plan and not any other city plan. So as I mentioned previously, the goal of the mixed use activity district is to provide really unique retail experiences for people in the area. A car wash is not consistent with that. Also, on the previous slide, we talked about overconcentration of uses, which is also inconsistent with the criteria, with the general plan, which is a special use permit review criteria. The second is the location, size, design, operating characteristics of the project are consistent with the purpose of the district for where it's located. As I mentioned previously, it's zoned PEP, and the intent of that is really office parks with some ancillary uses. Again, a car wash is not consistent with that criteria. As I mentioned, there is a PAD on the site. That's the Hampton Square PAD. It was approved in 2018, and it's kind of a two-step process. So 2018 rezoned the property with a PAD and approved a conceptual site plan for uses on that property. The second step in that is specific site plan review. So when users come in, they go through a specific site plan, which is why we're here today. I think it's important to note that this conceptual site plan shows a hotel, offices located along Hampton, as well as ancillary restaurant and retail uses on Chrisman. So the conceptual site plan that was approved and the development that was contemplated with it meets the criteria of the mixed-use activity district and the PEP zoning district. So everything that you see here would be in conformance with the general plan. That PAD was modified in 2019. It made a few tweaks. One was to remove the maximum height to allow PAD, but I think the changes of note were moving the offices closer to Hampton and also refined the design guidelines. We'll talk about those in a second, as well as really enhancing the pedestrian network within the overall PAD. Speaking of the design guidelines, those were revised in 2019, and there's a few things in there that I think are of note. The first one is basic compliance with the conceptual plan submitted. So the conceptual plan, we're talking about Lot 2 on this plan, which is a restaurant with a drive-through, approximately, I think it's 4,200 square feet. So again, not consistent there. It also has some building design guidelines that were included. So avoid expansive building masses. Entries should be recessed and defined with special architectural features. One that I think is very important is buildings integrated within the overall development and designed with pedestrian environment in mind. So the car wash, and especially the site plan that we're about to see, doesn't really align itself with that. There's no pedestrian connection. There's no interaction with Chrisman. So it's really not in conformance with the design guidelines outlined in the Hampton Square PAD. I also wanted to touch on our quality development design guidelines. These were adopted a few years ago and really kind of guide staff's review for development in different districts. So I've got some screenshots here from our commercial quality development design guidelines, and they really get into site and building design. Specifically with site design, what we're really looking for is buildings along the street with parking to the side and the rear of those buildings. Pad buildings should provide pedestrian-friendly facade design along streets.
Can I interrupt for a second? I can't hear you anymore.
That wasn't good. Oh, we're back. Gotta watch what I say now. Okay, so backing up just a little bit, the quality development design guidelines really focus on site design, and the emphasis is getting the buildings up to the street with the parking to the side and the rear of those buildings, and really engaging, the primary arterial road with the building for pedestrian engagement and visual interest along Chrisman. So here's the site plan. It shows approximately 6,000 square foot car wash, 3 payment kiosks, 23 vacuum stalls, 6 uncovered parking. I wanted to touch on that really quick. One of the requests is a parking reduction. We park car washes at 1 space per 375 square feet, which would work out to about 16 spaces. The applicant is requesting a reduction to 6 parking spaces for employees. Those parking spaces are located along Chrisman Road as well. So again, the building is not on Chrisman. The exit of the car wash tunnel is what faces Chrisman. What is along Chrisman is parking and also the vacuum canopies. So we're going to have the 10-foot vacuum canopies along Chrisman. And that really kind of dovetails into the concerns that staff has with the site plan. Again, I keep harping on it, but I think it's an important point that the building doesn't really engage Chrisman. There's no pedestrian connections. There's nothing that really invites pedestrians into the site. Here you can see the landscape plan. The building elevations, this case has not yet gone to DRB. We'll schedule that at the conclusion of the P&Z meeting, but there were a few things that I wanted to point out. So these are the north and the south elevations. Here you can see the east and the west elevations. The PAD design guidelines that were approved with the Hampton Square PAD have some specific criteria for building and building masses, and that's avoiding expansive building masses, integrate the buildings within the overall development, and include variable recessed facades. Again, pedestrian scale in nature. I keep coming back to that, but I think it's an important part. Here you can see the buildings do have some materials and some colors to them. They're really flat. They lack articulation as far as wall movement. Again, they'll go to DRB where they'll do a little more review on that. Citizen participation, we did complete the citizen participation process. Letters went out to property owners within 1,000 feet of the site, HOAs and registered neighborhoods within a mile. The applicant did conduct a virtual neighborhood meeting in August 18th. We received one call and one email in opposition. The findings, so as I discussed, the request doesn't meet the criteria for a special use permit that is outlined in 1175 of the zoning ordinance. It doesn't comply with the intent or the goals of the general plan, and it does not comply with the quality development design guidelines. Staff is recommending denial of this request, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Evan on this item? Not seeing any. Thank you. Let me invite the applicant to come to the podium now and make a presentation.
Kevin's not going to let me up.
Get your.
It's a filibuster.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Gilbert, 701 North 44th Street, Phoenix. I'm very pleased to be here to represent the Cobblestone Car Wash Company. With me is Tuck Benton, who's the president, CEO of the company. I've got all kinds of backup here. Nobody trusts me to handle this alone, so they're all here to give me some support. I would like to just preface my comments by observing that Cobblestone is one of the finest car wash companies in the valley. They have some 36 car wash sites, and they are basically considered I used to say the Cadillac, now maybe I have to switch to the Lexus of the group, but they are a very, very fine company. They're very known for quality all throughout the state of Arizona with all 36 car washes. Basically, we're at Crimson Road, just off the US Highway 60, as indicated by Evan in his presentation. And who is doing the? I can do it. Oh, okay.
Click that button.
Okay. I can't chew gum and do this too, so maybe you better stand up here and work that machine for me, Kurt. Okay. So basically, we're going to discuss 4 things with you today, and let me go now to the site context. As I indicated, we're located at Crimson, just off the US 60. Now, you can't imagine, in my opinion, a better location for a car wash. It's on a major arterial street, it's right off the freeway, and there are no car washes in the immediate vicinity. This is an ideal location for a car wash. I'm going to develop that theme with a lot of backup later on in the presentation. Our special use permit request is for a proposed 5,897 square foot automatic car wash facility. This development, as the staff noted in their staff report, the proposed development is meeting the development standards per the MZO. Keep that in mind as we reason together. We meet the development standards. That's a specific finding contained in your staff report. Importantly, the car wash facility is strategically oriented east-west with the exit facing Crimson Road. We've done that for several reasons. Now, we've encouraged a barrage of criticism from the staff because of the way we've oriented the building. You're going to see in just a moment that the Hampton PAD design guidelines that Evan talked about basically also require that, and the other express car washes in the immediate area also cited by Evan also have an east-west orientation. And yet, we are criticized to some degree of severity for having this east-west designation. So I preface and begin my presentation by pointing out why. We've done the east-west orientation first to minimize the sound volume impacting the adjacent properties, and particularly the Dutch Bros to the south, which has some outdoor seating. The higher sound volume occurs at the tunnel exit, so the east-west orientation benefits our neighbors to the north, south, and west. Secondly, to allow vehicles to exit the car wash facility, and you can see this on the site plan on the screen there, to an internal drive aisle on site rather than a common shared drive north or south of the site. Vehicles exiting the tunnel onto one of the common driveways off the property could cause traffic conflicts with other vehicles turning in from Crimson. We spent a lot of time debating whether to adjust the east-west orientation as requested by the staff. Gave it a lot of thought and concluded it wasn't a good decision. And so we maintained the east-west orientation, and I think I have articulated some very cogent arguments of indicating that assessment. Staff also notes in the staff report that the 8 additional SUP criteria for automotive vehicle washing facilities in the ordinance section 11-317G. We submit and will, I think, empirically establish before you today that we meet every single one of those criteria. We strongly disagree with staff in their assessment on the SUP criterion. There's a quote in the staff report. We agree with the quote, but we don't agree with how the staff is interpreting it. The important quote dealing with the general plan is, quote, the use is found to be in compliance with the general plan, applicable sub-areas, and other recognized development plans or policies, and will be compatible with surrounding uses. We meet every one of those criteria for the general plan. You will see that as I develop this thesis as we go along. Let's now go to the elevations. I was really surprised that we got criticized on the elevations. Our elevations for a car wash are terrific. We don't apologize for them because we think they're some of the best in the valley, and I think you see a vindication of that from the elevations that we have up on the screen. Our design incorporates aesthetic enhancements to create a virtual interest through vertical elements. We're avoiding the large, blank, and expansive walls typical of car washes and other buildings, as well as architectural embellishments with stucco, metal finishes to break up the south and north facades, all as recommended by the staff. We also designed this building to be cohesive and with complementary to adjacent development in the Hampton Square PAD, and we'll go into that in more detail later, but we've incorporated the brick veneer spec from the adjacent Dutch Bros building and the metal accents from EG's. The building includes color and material changes very much consistent with the design guidelines. The proposed cobblestone will include architectural enhancements for consistency with the Hampton Square PAD. We're required to do that, and Evan pointed out to you correctly that requirement. We comply fully, and let's analyze in detail why. As you can see from the, are we on the right? No, give me up. You've got me on the wrong one there. Give me up to
Previous version.
Yeah. Sorry. Our bad there. All right. The proposed cobblestone will include architectural enhancements for consistency with the Hampton Square PAD. We have screened the car washing tunnel from Crimson Road. You can see that from the illustrations up there. I'm not going to go into more detail unless you have questions. We've added visual interest with articulation and material and color changes. We've provided design elements for consistency with the adjacent developments. Staff claims that we are not consistent with the design guidelines, but they don't say where we aren't consistent. And we're pointing out places to you where we are. We followed the sole design and architectural guidelines, which call for, and I'm quoting now, quote, pad retail is expected to consist of uses that depend heavily on their visibility from Crimson Road. It's exactly what we're doing. And will therefore, continuing the quote, likely need to have a very strong aesthetic tie to its standard brand appearance to ensure instant recognition from motorists. Elevations, again the quote, should include architectural elements that complement the building aesthetics and should use such features as overhangs, awnings, pop-outs, and shade above entrances and walkways. I don't know how the staff can conclude that we don't comply with these things. Every one of those things, these aren't bland, flat buildings. All of these things, the pop-outs, the overhangs, the awnings, they're all there. And also the signage, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. That was one of the few things the staff didn't give us raspberries for. So, additional renderings. You got my next one here, you know. Okay, so we've got additional renderings that show the architectural and design following the design and architectural guidelines. We'll talk about that more when we get to Hampton Square. Market demand, that's an important element here. Do we need another car wash? Staff suggests that there are 8 car washes in a 3-mile radius. I give the staff presenter some credit because those 8 car washes that they talk about in the staff report, there's only 3 express car washes. The rest are car washes that are part of a service station or small car wash that aren't the type of express car washes that we're providing. So we basically have 3 other express car washes within the 3-mile radius. So there are only 3 car washes that are comparable to each other and comparable to what we're proposing. Bringing in those other car washes at service stations, they don't do what we do. They're not the same thing, and often people don't even stay in their car for some of those car washes. So that's comparing apples and oranges. So there are only 3 within the 3-mile radius. Is that an overabundance of car washes? I submit not, and I will make that point clearer as I go along. Gas station car washes do not contain the same technology that an express car wash does. And smaller car washes have shorter tunnels, can only wash 1 car at a time, 10 cars per hour. Gas station washes don't offer free vacuums, and the list could go on. So it should be noted that one of the 3 car washes in this 3-mile radius is ours. Would we bring another car wash into this area if we didn't have complete, unmitigated confidence that this car wash would work, that it would be economically viable? We have 36 car washes throughout the state. I think you would have to give us some credit for knowing when a car wash is needed and what a good location for a car wash is. And we're bringing 1 more into this area. The demand for express car washes is growing. The population within this 3-mile radius is over 100,000 people, is 3 car washes too many car washes to have for that many people? Now, these are express car washes. We submit there is a resounding no to answer that question. Many of these individuals own small residential lots or live in a multifamily community that is very popular now that doesn't have facilities where cars can be washed. So this also is proximate to the freeway. So the freeway is a natural barrier for customers, so Cobblestone and the gas station south of the freeway shouldn't be considered in the analysis. I'd like to talk a little bit about the general plan. Contrary to what the staff has submitted to you, I submit that we meet the requirement of the general plan, and we do it rather effectively and completely. Our basic premise is this project is consistent with the mixed-use activity district. As the overall goal of the mixed-use activity district is to attract people, to create strong and viable centers of commercial activity that attract people to unique shopping and entertainment experiences. Car washes clearly fits within the category of shopping. An express automatic drive-through car wash will provide a complimentary shopping experience to customers of the greater commercial activity center that includes Home Depot, Dutch Bros, EG's, Jack in the Box, Christ Church of the Valley. We're providing basically a shopping experience and a use that all of these facilities need. Contrary to what the staff claimed, the mixed-use activity district in the general plan calls for, and I quote, auto domination development that is, quote, usually more suburban in design and form with auto-dominant characteristics, which is consistent, absolutely, with this proposed drive-through. I'm going to read that again, which auto-dominated development that is usually more suburban in design and form with auto-dominant characteristics. That's the specific quote. It's allowed in the mixed-use activity. We meet that. This is an auto-dominated use. Additionally, as we have just discussed on the previous slide, an express drive-through car wash is consistent with the needs of today's consumer, as stated in the primary goal of the mixed-use activity district. People want to stay in their cars, and they appreciate the drive-through facility. Customers appreciate the quick and easy access to the freeway that this site will afford. Next, still staying with the general plan. We vigorously disagree with the staff when they tell you that car washes are over-concentrated in the area. There are 3 within this 3-mile area of 100,000 people. If they were over-concentrated, Cobblestone would not find this location suitable for their bottom line. Not only is the general plan, and this is an important thing, not a regulatory document, but the general plan does not define over-concentration, doesn't define it anywhere in the plan. So where do you look for the definition? What is over-concentration? Where do you go? The goals and policies of the general plan are intended to be implemented in regulatory goals and policies like the zoning ordinance. So we will dissect over-concentration for automobile washing facilities implemented in the city's zoning ordinance very shortly. But first, we would like to further review the staff's previous interpretation. We all remember, I think, with a certain modicum of fondness, John Wesley, a former planning director here. He gave this planning board and his colleagues on the staff some guidance as to the purpose of a special permit for automobile car washes. And he says, quote, And by the way, we were given this by the staff. And we thought it was very instructive, and so we're sharing it with you. Automotive washing facilities require approval of an SUP in order to ensure that they are not causing a negative impact on adjacent residential uses, including noise they can generate. That's what John Wesley says is the purpose of a use permit. Well, how do we stack up? Let's use that criteria as he defined as the primary purpose for a special use permit. It's impact on residential uses. The closest residential lot to this site is over 550 feet away. According to a sound level study we conducted, the highest off-site sound volume caused by this car wash facility will be 80 decibels in the area closest to the car wash exit. That's our most volume. That is less than the ambient noise of Crimson Road, which is at 90. We're at 80, Crimson Road is at 90. The western edge will only generate 73 decibels, the southern edge 41. The bottom line is, as this sound study exemplifies, there will be no negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood or adjacent businesses, none whatsoever. The purpose of the special use permit is to protect the surrounding uses a la John Wesley. We do that, and we do not have any important or whatsoever effect on the surrounding residential neighborhood or the surrounding uses. Most of the surrounding uses that we visited with indicated full support for this car wash. I'm going on a little longer than I should, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your patience. I'll try to speed it up a bit. Let's now talk about the zoning and the PEP zoning district. As I mentioned before, the zoning ordinance is one of the regulatory measures that can be used to implement the goals and policies of the general plan. The PEP zoning district, discussed by your staff member, is consistent with the mixed-use activity district and is intended for ancillary supporting retail uses, which is exactly what we're proposing here. This express drive-through car wash will provide ancillary support services to customers of the surrounding commercial uses. The surrounding character, as described in the general plan, is auto-oriented with drive-throughs and quick service retail uses, such as Dutch Bros right next door, and this proposed automatic car wash is no different. Over-concentration of automobile washing facilities is implemented, as I indicated before, by the zoning ordinance. Overabundance isn't defined in your general plan. So you go to the zoning ordinance to get the criteria you use to decide if there's an overabundance. What does that say? Section 1131-7-G states, and I quote, "The number of automobile-related activities within 600 feet of an intersection of arterial streets shall not exceed 2. Shall not exceed 2. That's the standard. That's the only place that it's defined in the ordinance. There is only one other automobile-related use within 600 feet of this intersection, and that is a Firestone Auto Care, and incidentally, and I think importantly, it's not a car wash. So this proposed car wash, and this is the summary of the whole section here, this proposed car wash is compliant with this standard regulation of the concentration of special use permits and consistent with the implementation of the general plan. The last major theme I think we need to talk about, and I'll try to speed up this presentation. I noticed that Ralph Pugh is very happy here. He's billing by the hour as I go on with this lengthy presentation. But we have to comply with the Hampton Square PAD, okay? Evan said that. We agree with it 100%. So let's look. Do we do it? Do we comply with the Hampton Square PAD? We submit a resounding yes. There is nothing in the Hampton Square PAD that restricts car washes or the design of the proposed car wash. The property we are discussing today is outlined in blue up there on the screen, okay? That's the Hampton Square PAD plan for our property. The property shows an approved plan with a drive-through use, yes, a wide 64-foot setback from Crimson Road, east-west oriented building, and parking in front setback between the building and Crimson Road. We meet every single one of those criteria, not any exceptions. To say we don't comply with the Hampton Square PAD is a misstatement and inaccurate. The proposed Cobblestone Express car wash is almost exactly what is shown on the Hampton Square PAD. The proposed building has a similar setback as the approved Hampton Square PAD. The proposed building is skewed to the side of the site with the drive-through perpendicular to Crimson Road, just like the approved Hampton Square PAD. The proposed car wash has virtually the same parking schematic as the approved Hampton Square PAD. The proposed car wash is oriented east-west, exactly as shown on the Hampton plan. Then we get criticized for not having pedestrian access. We have 2 pedestrian paths. They're indicated in red on the graphic on your screen there. And the Hampton pad only shows 1. So we're providing more pedestrian access than the Hampton pad square. So we basically completely and without equivocation comply with this design. For the staff to say, that's one of the reasons you shouldn't approve this, I think misses the mark. Furthermore, remember the staff wanted us to orient the facility north and south. I explained to you the reasons why we wouldn't do that, why it didn't work. But look at what's up there. It's east-west orientation, exactly what we're doing. So what the staff has actually asked us to do is not compliant with the Hampton Square PAD. Lastly, the design, orientation, and setback of the proposed cobblestone car wash is consistent with the adjacent developments that have already been approved. Let's look at what they are. Our neighbors are Dutch Bros, EG's, and Sherwin-Williams. All of these are uses that fit within the same type of use we're proposing. All of them have the same basic outline and site plan as what we're proposing. So the bottom line is, I've gone to a great extent to demonstrate this, but I hope you will agree with me that we fit seamlessly within the adjacent development of the Hampton PAD. Quickly, neighborhood outreach. We had a neighborhood meeting, no one showed up, so we decided to go out and talk to our neighbors. And listed on the chart there are our neighbors. We talked to virtually every one of them. Not one single neighbor indicated any opposition to this car wash. So we're here with strong neighborhood support. So the bottom line is this. We feel that the 3 main objections to this case are not well taken. 1, that we're inconsistent with the general plan. The general plan talks about an overabundance of car washes. There are currently 3 express car washes in a 3-mile area of 100,000 people. That, in my opinion, is not an overabundance. But the general plan is the non-regulatory plan, so you have to look for the implementation of the plan to the zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinance says that you can't have more than 2 automotive uses within 600 feet. We meet that criteria. It cannot be said that we do not comply with the general plan. Second major objection is that we don't comply with the zoning ordinance, but we've already pointed out to you, we are in the PEP zone, but the PEP zone allows the type of uses we have, and the type of uses we're providing are already there. So we're providing the same type of use that's already been approved. So that argument doesn't stand. And the last argument is that we don't comply with the Hampton PAD guidelines. We have gone through that perhaps in excruciating detail, but I think we have cogently demonstrated that we meet every one of those guidelines. So there are no good reasons to oppose this case. And lastly, I submit in closing, finally you'll be happy to see that. I finally see a smile from Chairman Crockett. You'll be happy to know that we end with this comment. Can you think of a more appropriate place for a car wash facility that doesn't have any car wash facilities around it than Crimson Road, Arterial Street, just off the freeway? No neighborhood opposition, no effect on residential. So everything that people allegedly claim are bad about car washes don't exist here. We're free of all that. So this is a fantastic place for a car wash. We hope you would agree. Be happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Are there any questions on this from the applicant? I'm not seeing any at the moment.
All right, I'm
So
afraid I wore
stand-
you out.
stand by.
Pardon me. All right, I'm standing. Thank you.
Okay, would staff like to respond, or should we have public comment first?
I'll say, I think there are a lot of points risen that staff does not agree with the interpretation of those, and so I'll let the board ask for clarification on any of those points, but it's up to your discretion if you want to open it up now or ask questions of staff.
Okay, are there questions that anyone has of staff on this? We have one public commenter. You want to have that first, and then we'll come back? Okay. So I have a comment card from Robert Warnick. Warnicki. Okay, Mr. Warnicki, please come to the podium and state your name and business address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I heard about that. Good news for you guys. My name is Robert Warnicki. My address is 2929 North 2nd Street, Phoenix, Arizona. Yes, I'm an attorney. My client is Superstar Car Wash. The address of Superstar Car Wash that's relevant is 1245 South Crisman Road. And I'm up here today taking a little bit of your time, really to counter the false narrative I heard. This is from my client's logo, the 3-minute express car wash. And this is me standing at the property yesterday looking north on Crisman Road. You can just see that logo on that building right there. And Mr. Gilbert just got up here and told you there's no car washes in the vicinity. This sign is the sign for this hearing, and this sign is, I guess, the for sale sign that'll go away when either they get their entitlements or they don't get their entitlements and they don't close. But for him to come up here and say that there is no car wash within, the immediate area is simply not true. My client is within the immediate area and does not think that another car wash literally across the street is in the interest of the neighborhood or the city of Mesa. You have discretion on a use permit. We're asking you to exercise that discretion to find that they did not meet their burden to make the 4 findings that were necessary to get a use permit. The city talked about the first 2. I'm going to talk about the third one. The third one is the proposed project will not be injurious or detrimental to the adjacent or surrounding properties in the area, nor will the proposed project or improvements be injurious or detrimental to the neighborhood or to the general welfare of the city. Well, right now we have Raceway car washes, Clean Freak car washes, Cobblestone car washes, Superstar car washes, Rinse and Ride car washes, and Jackson car washes that all have multiple locations. The last time something like this happened in my memory was in the early 2000s when we had Eckerd's, CVS, Walgreens, Save-On, Osco, and Rite Aid. And as a result of that, we got on almost every corner, almost every major street corner, we got a single-use building that has now either been hopefully repurposed some 20 years later or been torn down and turned into something else. What I suggest to you today is that what the city has been telling you is that there are overconcentration of car washes within a 2-mile radius, not the 3-mile radius he put up on the board. The staff report says 2-mile radius, and that you should not greenlight another car wash right across the street from my client's car wash in these circumstances. You are gonna be greenlighting a white elephant, because if there's consolidation in this industry, there's gonna be something that's not useful for anything else. Finally,
Yeah, Mr. Warnick, if you
I
could
know,
just
3
quickly
minutes.
wrap it up. It goes quick, I know.
as quick as I can, and now you made me forget what I was gonna say. I'm sorry.
Started with finally.
Yeah, I had something that was on the tip of my tongue. Oh, I know what it was. I'm not standing up here just casting stones at them. My client made a proposal to put a car wash in at a different location that you guys can look up at 1820 East McKellips Road. The case number was PRS 22-00121. The city told my client there are 3 existing automobile vehicle washing facilities on McKellips Road and another at the southwest corner of Brown and Gilbert's Road within a mile and a quarter to a mile and a half of this location. They told my client not to go forward. My client did the responsible thing. My client dropped that case.
Okay.
These people should drop their case. Thank you for your
Mr.
time.
Warnick. Thank you, Mr. Warnick. I appreciate your comments. That's the only comment card I had. And so with that, we'll close the public comment session. Mr. Gilbert, let me just go quickly to staff. And I did have a question for Evan on. So Evan, will you clarify that Mr. Gilbert was talking about 3-mile radius, and I know the staff report talks about 2-mile. Can you clarify, are we talking 2 or 3?
Thank you, Chair, board members. So the 2-mile radius was a graphic that staff put together to demonstrate within, and we feel that 1 mile and 2 miles is a reasonable distance to look at an overconcentration of uses. That was the basis for that image, was we looked at the 1 mile and the 2 mile to demonstrate where the existing car washes were. Mr. Gilbert's presentation went out a little bit further to 3 miles. There isn't a specific standard. We just looked at 1 mile and 2 miles. Those seem the most reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
I measured that if you want to know.
Okay, Board Member Ayers, do you have a comment on that?
So the Superstar is 0.2 miles away, and the third one, which is the Quick Quack, is about a mile, just a little over a mile.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions for Evan? Board Member Pitcher.
Could you explain the Hampton square design guidelines? I know Mr. Gilbert talked about that, and it seems like at least the slide that you had explained more on the primary pedestrian gathering and the use of the parcels, more connecting to facilitate pedestrian connectivity and activity.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chair, Board Member Pitcher. So the Hampton Square PAD was, as I mentioned, it was established, let me pull up this plan here, in 2018, and it's really kind of a two-step process. So step one was the zoning and an overall conceptual plan that identified some anticipated uses and gave kind of a general layout. Step two is a specific site plan approval. So in the PAD design guidelines, it gives a fair amount of time and attention to really developing the center with an overall pedestrian connectivity network. To that end, when they updated it in 2019, those office buildings moved closer to Hampton to really engage that street frontage and draw pedestrians in. What we look for when we get a specific site plan, Mr. Gilbert referenced the Dutch Bros and the EGs, is ways for them to better incorporate pedestrians from Chrisman. So those two specific uses have outdoor dining. They have pedestrian connections directly from Chrisman to their location to really engage the connectivity there. So hopefully that answers your question, but I can elaborate.
And Board Member Sarkisian.
Can you go over the use permit slide criteria again?
Was this the one you were? Okay.
So these are the criteria, correct? That they have to meet for the,
Thank you, Chair Board Member Sarkisian. So there are two criteria. There's the overall special use permit criteria, which is what we're looking at here, 1175 of the zoning ordinance. There is a separate subset of categories for car wash specific uses. And what we have here is just an overall special use permit, and that's compliance with the general plan, looking at the location, size, design, operating characteristics, make sure it's consistent with the zoning ordinance.
Any other questions? Oh, Board Member Peterson.
Evan, going back to the pedestrian-centric uses for this, right now on the empty pad, there are existing sidewalks on all four sides, and I can't quite tell from the site plan. With the site plan, do the sidewalks on the north and south remain, or are they impacted by the site plan? It's some of the drawings.
Thank you, Chair Board Member Peterson. Maybe a better slide to look at would be
The landscape maybe?
in aerial. So there was a first phase of development. As part of that first phase of development, the developer included the landscaping along Chrisman, as well as the internal pedestrian network. Those sidewalks that you see here are existing today, which kind of outline, this would be pad 2 of the development.
So then, do all four of those stay with the site plan? In looking at it, it's the ones on north and south, I can't really tell from the site plan if those remain or not.
Yes, thank you, Chair Board Member Peterson. They would remain.
See, the one on the south from this landscape plan is, it says, okay.
The one on the south is existing, and
Okay.
it leads further into the development.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else for Evan? Not seeing anything, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gilbert, we'll have you come back up. I think you wanted to respond briefly.
I do. I emphasize on the briefly. I get it, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think it's very interesting that we had the representative from the Star Car Wash saying that we're too close. Well, we announced our plans and we're underway at a car wash at Ellsworth and Pecos Road, knowing that Star Car Wash came in and put in another car wash within 200 to 300 feet of our site, and that they're complaining that we're 1,000 feet away from them. We find that to be somewhat disingenuous. Next, I want to talk about pedestrian. That seems to be a big factor here. I just remind you that in this graphic, the pedestrian, the Hampton Square PAD is on the left. There's the pedestrian. That's our parcel there. There's the pedestrian indicated in the red marks there. We're providing 2 pedestrian walkways, double what is shown on the approved plan. So we meet that pedestrian criteria several times over. Also, I want to talk about, I keep talking about the general plan talks about overconcentration, overabundance. It's not defined. We submit that what we're proposing, which would be another car wash in an area that only has 3 express car washes to serve 100,000 people, can hardly be considered an overabundance. But then, more importantly, the ordinance, the general plan doesn't define overabundance, so you got to go to the ordinance, and the ordinance says this is what you can have for automotive uses. You can't have more than 2 within 600 feet. So that's the regulatory definition that is not found in the general plan, and we meet that criteria. In fact, there are not even 2 car washes within the 600 feet. So we meet the requirements for the general plan. And I'm now repeating myself. You've heard more than you wanted to of me, but I just wanted to make that point in closure.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any questions more for Mr. Gilbert? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if I didn't do it earlier, we'll close the public hearing portion of this and then have any discussion that the board wants to have on this item. Are there any comments before I ask for a motion?
If I could.
Board member, please.
Chair, my opinion is, I'm leaning toward, I agree with staff with this one. I agree with the overabundance. I guess I'm going back to when there was 4 corners at Southern and Greenfield, and 3 of the 4 corners had like a CVS, Walgreens, and an Eckert's. And inevitably, I knew that all 3 of them weren't going to make it, and one of them did leave. And I think we'll run into that same type of a situation out here when we have so many car washes together. So just my opinion, I'm leaning towards, I agree with the staff's recommendation.
All right, thank you. Board member Sarkisian, please.
So I'll just add to that in the fact that when they're going and talking about the overabundance, I believe it has to do more with what a reasonable person would consider as overabundance. And then also the definition of the within 600 feet, when they talk about automobile-related uses, I don't think the intent was to depict 2 car washes. It was more of a checker and a car wash or some other type of automotive use. So I don't believe that was the intent, was that they would allow 2 car washes within 600 feet. So based on the fact that we can discuss and decide if we feel this is an appropriate location for another car wash at this location, I don't have a problem with the design as much. It's, I mean, that's kind of their logo thing that they do, you see everywhere. But it's more of the fact that I don't feel like I do feel an overabundance in the area for this. Like, you can visually see it, I've driven by it, you see it's there, so.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Is there anyone that wants to offer a motion on this item?
I'll go ahead and give that one a try. I would recommend that we recommend approval, or excuse me, start over again. I would recommend that we deny the ZON 22-00732 District 5 within the 1400 block of South Chrisman Road, located west of South Chrisman Road and south of East Hampton Avenue. Site plan review and special use permit. This request will allow for a car wash. And staff recommendation is denial.
Okay, so just to clarify on, we don't.
So how do we say that? Do we say approve? I recommend we approve the denial, or recommend that we deny the denial? I mean, I guess
Chair
it would be approve the denial, right?
Chair and board members, since this case is on for action, the motion would be to deny the case or to approve the case.
Okay.
That would be my motion then.
So just to clarify, your motion would be to deny this zoning application, which is the staff
Yes.
recommendation. Okay. Is there a second?
Do I need to read it again, or are we good with that?
No, I think we're good with that.
Okay.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote.
Mr. Chairman, the system isn't letting me do a manual motion for Board Member Allen, so it looks like he's on his way to assist.
Okay. Well, I get the vote.
Now it's working, I think.
Okay. Maybe. Okay. Okay, and then Board Member Allen, how are you voting on this?
I'm voting whether it be, I would vote to deny this application.
Which is a yes vote, I believe.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so by your vote of 6 ayes and 1 no, the application has been denied.
Okay, Chair, board members, the next item off of the consent is item 4A, which is ZON 22-00263. And I just want to note, Michelle, did you pass out the letters?
Rachel?
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm skipping one. Item 3B, ZON 22-00829.
All right, thank you, members of the board. This is for ZON 22-00829. This specifically is for site plan review for a public storage or self-storage facility located at the intersection of Broadway and Morris. It is located just east of Country Club Drive, available off the access road for Country Club. The current general plan designation on the site is 3 different types. You have neighborhood as well as employment and transit station. This specifically would fall more under the employment use, which does allow for a variety of places to work, including warehouse and storage uses. As part of that, the existing zoning on this site is 3 different zones. It is majority DB2, which is where the site, where the development is located on. That specifically is where self-storage is allowed by right within downtown business 2. And then the parking and retention for the associated uses is located in the GI and LI portions of the site. This is the overall view of the site looking south from Broadway. Overall, here's the site plan. As you can see, Broadway is located on the west side of this orientation of this site, but is located on the north side overall, as well as you have the fire access located off the Country Club Drive that is for fire access only in the need of an emergency. Hopefully that would never be utilized during operational uses. As part of this, they've also located a number of screening elements as well as a larger, more welcoming pedestrian area for landscaping on the northeast corner. So that is more consistent with that downtown look as well. Overall, as you can see a little more clearly on the landscape plan, you can see where the screening has been located, as well as along the neighboring property, there is a screen wall due to the existing residential use. And then you have additional screening provided by that landscaping located on just the west side of the wall, which is going to be on this site plan. It might have some cascalotes, things of that nature, but they have been replaced with an elm that will grow more straight and out in order to provide additional type of screening. Overview of the design review. It was presented before design review on October 11th. There's minor comments that included addressing those trees and changing out a type that would be more significant screening for that residential use that is legal non-conforming use on the site just to the east. that is tucked within this portion. And overall, here's the citizen participation map that shows that the applicant did provide notices to the neighboring property owners within 500 feet of the proposed design review as well as site plan review. I do know that there is concern from the neighboring residential use just to the east, and they would like to have a little further discussion on that. And I believe they do have a comment card related to that. But overall, based off of the general plan designation as well as the zoning on site, staff finds that the overall site plan complies with the 2040 general plan as well as site plan criteria within section 11-69.5 of the MZO. So therefore, staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Josh? I am not seeing any, so thank you, Josh. Let me invite the applicant up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. My name's Ralph Pugh. Our address is at 1744 South Val Vista Drive, Suite 217. Here today on behalf of DXD Capital, Mr. Cam Pacanet and Gary Delaney are here with me. Mr. Chairman, for the sake of time, this case is on your consent agenda for approval. It is a site plan review case. This is not a zoning case. The use is allowed and permitted. I think there's folks that may want to speak. Mr. Chairman, could they go ahead and speak? And then could I respond to that? That might be more efficient.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I have two comment cards. First is Christopher, I think, is it Fernwalt?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Christopher, come on up and state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Christopher Fernwalt, 410 South Morris, Mesa. I would be opposed to the storage facility being built next to my family's home. We already have issues with homeless making campsites on property, vandalizing property. Building a large storage facility would only have more problems with this. With building a large wall between our home and the storage facility, it would give the homeless more of a shelter with hiding, and they already have areas right now that they have been making shelters, so with having this would be even more problem. I don't think we'd have the privacy that we do now. I feel that if the storage facility was built, there would be more problems with the homeless vandalizing, breaking into the facility. The house has been there more than 80 years and stayed in the Thompson's family since. The family and I are in the process of fixing up the home and would like to make it look more updated. And with having this facility, it would make our house feel like the up house. So I'd be against it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fernwalt.
Yeah.
I just have a quick question for you. Have you had discussions with the applicant about your concerns in terms of security and homeless on the property?
No, I haven't. They just put up the sign about 2 weeks ago, so I mean, we haven't had any kind of notice at all.
Okay.
But
Thank
2
you.
weeks.
Board Member Sarkisian has a question for you. Oh, no, you don't.
So, well, no, I was like, so you didn't, I believe, are you, because I was trying to look up the history on the site in terms, so it looks like you're not the owner of the property, right? Or
No, I
you are?
rent. I rent it there.
You what?
I rent there.
Okay, so that's why the letter, because usually letters go up much further in advance. Do you know if the owner got a letter?
Yes,
They did, okay. Do you know if they've been discussing anything, or if they're here? Okay.
they are here also.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
So the other comment card I have is Tina Danford. And it says you are opposed to this item and you do not wish to speak. Okay. And the owner of the property is here.
Yeah, and I submitted a card too.
You did, okay. I don't have a card, but
Josh, I think I sent it to, I made sure that
Was it online? Okay, well, please.
Yeah, Chair, I believe you have some that are on the spreadsheet that was sent earlier today.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And I don't have the spreadsheet. I should have brought a copy along. But anyway, come on up and give us your name for the record and your address.
And there were, oh, wow. And I, apologize, I'm not an attorney. And I did do my best to put together a PowerPoint presentation. Because I do feel like Chris, like the guy in Up that has, the balloons and the big developers are kicking us out. But hopefully I have some real substantial legal comments and some grounds besides, please don't take away our home, But hopefully we have some real substantial arguments. But I just won't be able to do them in 3 minutes.
Well, do your best.
I'll do my best. I guess my biggest one would have been time. You asked, have you been in discussions with the applicant? Well, we've received the first, if you look at the participation, agenda, the first notice they sent out was on September 26th. I got that on October 1st. I immediately called the City of Mason, said, what's going on? Talked with Josh. He said, here, talk to the applicant. I talked to them. They were, they were courteous, but, I had to go through this learning process. I did learn to submit a card for the design and review board, but that was all I've been able to do. Since then, I've tried to reach out to the applicant many times. I actually reached out to Mr. Pugh here because I know him, and he said, sorry, I can't. I have a conflict of interest. Well, here he is today on the other side. So I definitely feel like the Up guy. I have not had time. I get that my house is older, and I kind of feel like I'm the non-conforming, thing that's only been there 87 years, almost a century. I just think that we should have the right as same rights. I'm not there to take away their rights, but we have rights too, and we need to have the time to participate properly in this process. The citizen participation plan specifically states that if there is the potential impact, that they need to hold a neighborhood meeting. Well, this is not, if there's ever a potential impact, it's a 3-story building right where you can touch it outside your window. I think that's a potential impact, and they disregarded that, in my opinion. I feel very disregarded. And we would like the opportunity to participate. If not, at least have a full discussion on what we can do. One of my biggest concerns is right now they have a straight wall. That's a 3-story wall, and this is probably a design review, and I've probably missed the boat, but this shouldn't be a straight wall. There should be a staggered, a setback. There should be first story, then second story, like they talked about with the car wash. Give it some beautiful design. Don't have it looming down on my backyard. I heard about those sight lines, but if you show a sight line, like they're looking at my bathroom, it's just absolutely crazy in some sense. So I think that we should at least have the opportunity to have a dialogue with the applicants, as a very impacted neighbor. My petition would be that we have a continuance, that we have an opportunity to have dialogue with the applicant, that you give us a couple weeks or a month or 2 months or something so that we can have that dialogue and have that further discussion. I want to articulate some important legal points. The first of one is contrary to what the council says, this is not zoned properly. As the staff mentioned, there are 3 separate zonings here. The third zoning that they kind of glanced over is GC. Storage units is not an acceptable use in GC per the City of Mesa ordinances. They have parking, as they put up on his first slide. If you pull up his first slide from the staff, they specifically said that they're going to park. They're using that for parking and drainage. And I have, and I really appreciate just the extra time, and I apologize, but the property is 3 zoning districts. 2 of them allow for self-storage, but 1 of them does not. The current site plan is laid upon top of the zoning in this exhibit, which I wish I could show you, but it's very similar to the site plan that the staff member brought up. As it shows, the applicant is relying on GC zone for emergency access and a portion of the parking lot circulation. That is a violation of zoning because GC does not allow for self-storage. That is not an allowed use. Again, the applicant would need to exclude that portion of the site from the plan or add a CUP. And the board does not have the authority to approve a site plan that does not meet the complete zoning requirements. So some valid, but more than just begging, please, I think there's some valid arguments that need to be addressed. The step back from the property is a very important one. The zoning is an important one. In addition, the proper notice. We are potentially impact, and we never had the chance for a neighborhood hearing to express ourselves adequately more than 3 minutes.
Okay.
So that would be my request, is that we deny this, we continue and give us 2 months or something to have a conversation with the applicants.
All right, thank you for that.
Can I request after he speaks to?
Well, we don't really do that.
Rebuttal?
No, not
Just
in
give us a time, we'll go to his office and
Not
meet.
in
Just give
public
us some more time.
comment. Let's see how this goes. I'm going to have Mr. Pugh come up and respond to some of the things that you talked about, and then we'll probably have staff come up after as well and respond. So,
Perfect. Thank you.
thank you. Now, is there have I missed any other public commenters that are here?
We have several cards. I don't know if they're going to be read. Can you read the cards? You only are allowed 600 characters.
These?
Not for
this. Okay.
He's talking about the ones emailed.
Okay, so this is, all right, so Board Member Ayers, do you want to read these? Thank you.
I actually do have a job. All right, so we have 2 comments that I'll read into for this. So the first comes from Carlene Conover. I hope I got that right. And she's opposed to this. She says, the proposed project will crush our home and will destroy our family's living standards. It would hugely impact our property. We have not been able to properly participate in the process, which impacts us greatly. We respectfully request a 2-month continuance on the hearing to allow our rights to be represented. This home has been part of Mesa's history for 87 years, nearly a century. The applicant submitted less than 3 months ago, and we were not notified until just recently. There was no neighborhood meeting or any outreach to us. Please at least grant a 2-month continuance. Second comment from John Conover, located at the same address, 410 South Morris, and is also opposed, says, we represent the family living in the home immediately adjacent to the proposed project. We feel that there has not been adequate consideration given to the potential huge impact on this property, that this project will cause on our property and our lives. We have not had adequate time to work with the developer. We respectfully ask for continuance on this hearing to allow citizen participation. We understand that all property owners in the city have rights, and we are not here to try to take away the developer's rights, but please respect our rights as well. We ask for a 2-month continuance to be able to participate.
And Chair, we did receive the 1 comment card past our cutoff time from John Conover as well, and it seemed to indicate that he would be on the phone to comment, so I'm not sure if he's on the line wanting to speak.
I came in person.
Okay.
Thank you. But there was another that was submitted before the cutoff from Gene Thomas, whose grandfather built the property.
Okay, do we have a card from Gene Thomas anywhere or a comment? We don't have that at the moment, but we'll, so, well, let me, I think all those are, okay, well, let's go ahead. Mr. Pugh, let's have you come back up and address some of those comments, and specifically, I'd like to have you address what kind of outreach there's been to the homeowner there, and what the status of those discussions are, and some of the concerns they've raised.
Be happy to do that, Mr. Chairman. First of all, personally, my involvement in this case has been very recent. So I'm going to call Cam to come up and explain what happened over the last few months on citizen outreach. My involvement has been here and consulting on this meeting today and the status of the objections and that type of thing. So I was not personally involved in the outreach, which we would typically do, but we didn't do that in this case.
Okay, and let me just ask you a question about, I think Mr. Conover mentioned that there was a potential conflict. Is there a conflict that we need to be aware of here?
No, I think, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, what he was saying is that he called our office and left a message for me to talk about this issue. I had my secretary respond and say, we can't visit with you about that. We've been hired by, we've consulted with the applicant. So that's what I think that's what he meant. We don't have a conflict today. I haven't met with him.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just briefly, Mr. Chairman, this, and board members, this really boils down to an issue of what's called conforming and non-conforming uses. So what you have here is DB2 zoning, which is the Downtown Business District 2, in which self-storage is a permitted use. That zoning district, in one form or another, it's been called several things over the decades I've been involved in zoning cases in Mesa, but it's been in place for business uses for a long time. The use that is non-conforming today is the single-family residence. It is known as a non-conforming use. It can continue forever, and nothing can interrupt that residential use. But I think we should be very careful on how non-conforming uses intervene or have impact upon a site plan case for a permitted use in an adjoining allowed zoning district. We're not here asking that this property be zoned, right, to allow this use. Rather, we're simply saying, we've prepared a site plan, presented it to the staff, now it's presented to you. The question for you is, does the site plan conform to the requirements of the City of Mesa zoning code for this use on this property? Setbacks, distances, turning radiuses, traffic safety, trash collection, all that. So you're then here today with a staff report that recommends approval because we do conform to all those things. And that's really the point here. And so while there is a non-conforming use adjacent to us, unfortunately, whatever happened between owners, it didn't occur, and the use is still there and can continue. But it should not, in our opinion, impede the owner of this property and the applicant to develop it as the staff has indicated in their staff report. To clarify, the DB2 area is most of the property, and it's where the self-storage is located. The other two uses, or zoning districts, LI, I believe, and the GC are not, at least this site is, the use is not on those parcels. So we've taken care of that issue and dealt with that. So anyway, I'd like to turn the time, if I can, to Cam and ask him to answer. I think your question about neighborhood outreach is an important one. Even though it's a site plan case, you still reach out to neighbors. So Cam, are you around somewhere? Could you please cover that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Board. My name is Cameron Pactonat. I work with DXD Capital, the applicant. And this process, we were told that the outreach would be a posting of the application as well as a letter outreach, which we've done all of. We also did go and speak with our neighbors who are two of the commercial users, Orange Street Mechanical and Sunkist, to discuss the project with them because they were available and they provide their verbal support for the project. We also did receive a call from a residential neighbor as well, and we did speak with them. Those discussions were part of a discussion to see if we would be open to purchasing the property. And at that point, we just weren't in a position to be able to make those decisions or have that discussion. So we had said that we would have to go through the application and then further discuss if that's something that we could do. But that was the extent of our conversation with the opposing party. Other than that, we followed staff's recommendation and went ahead with what's in the code as far as the outreach.
And did you have any discussions with the homeowner regarding the concerns he raised about security and maybe places where homeless could congregate?
Sure. I don't believe we've had those specific conversations. What I can say regarding the development itself is that this is all going to be interior climate control. There's going to be no exterior units. We've actually been on site multiple times, and we agree. Every time we're there, we do see that there seems to be encampments or someone on the property. A development would allow for that to go away because now there will be cameras. We have 24-hour security, both interior, exterior of the property. It's only allowed for during business hours. If you're a new customer, an existing customer has specific timelines, they can access it with a code to go inside. So we know exactly who's going in and coming out of the property. And there are safety measures that we're going to have as far as proper lighting, so that there aren't areas that people can just, could be able to sit and hide and different things. So, we're under the belief that, this property here with the new development would be able to remove that issue and actually make it a safer area for the residents.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Board Member Peterson.
Cam, are you agreeable to continuance to have discussions with the adjacent property owner to work out some of their concerns that they have?
Well, the plan that we have set forth, we've been working on for quite some time. And the owner of the current property has had discussions with them in the past, has discussions in the past as well. We've done everything we can. We've worked with staff to be able to design something that fits within the parameters of what the city is looking for, plus add on additional aesthetic pieces such as different paneling, different coloring, different things to be able to provide the aesthetic look that would be accepting to the overall neighborhood. We are always open to having discussions, but this has been something that's been posted and something that has been open for discussion for exactly what the city requires. And there's been no real discussion as far as or ideas or requests on things to change. Those are new to us today for what we could do.
What's your answer to my question then? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for
Then, Josh, would you mind coming back up? I have a couple of questions. One question is on the GC zoning designation. You heard the comment by Mr. Conover that there's parking or something on that part of the property that's got the GC zoning. Is that a relevant concern, or is it that the building itself is located on the appropriate zoning and the parking can be on the GC?
Chairman, so it'd be more of the latter situation where because the use itself is located on DB2, it is allowed by right within that zone. The parking and retention are allowed uses within those specifics, GC and LI, and their accessory uses to that. So based off of the understanding staff has, that they would be consistent with the MZO because the use itself, the self-storage, is located all within that DB2.
Okay, but the parking and the retention is not included as part of the use that we're talking about, the self-storage? Because you couldn't have the self-storage without the parking or the retention, correct?
Chair, so when we look at sites that have split zoning, it's a matter of what the use is that's being shown on those portions of the site, so if they're allowed. And that portion of the site that's zoned GC, it's really retention area, and there's a portion of the trash enclosure that's included in that zoning district. So that would be a permissible use within that zoning district.
Within the GC zoning?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the other question I had is either for Josh or for Rachel. In terms of the site plan review, my understanding is that this is a fairly ministerial process, and so long as the site plan conforms to the applicable requirements, we don't have a lot of discretion in terms of not approving that. But my question is here, where you've got a neighbor like this, does the site plan review take into account impact on an adjoining property like this, or are you simply only allowed to look within the boundaries of the property itself?
Chair, so this is not a review of the use, so it is not as discretionary as some of our zonings or our conditional use permits. So we are strictly looking at the criteria laid out in the zoning ordinance and the quality development design guidelines to see if it's complying with those. And this is, so we really don't have a justification to deny the use on the site.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Thank you for that. Questions for Josh? Board Member Sarkisian.
So I agree with you on the issues with regarding what we can do with the site plan. I actually have a concern about the landscape plan regarding that, and because sometimes when you're especially in this area being so close to the railroad and stuff like that with the homeless situation, sometimes the screening that you're trying to do from the house and the thing actually encourages the homelessness issue. between the two and stuff like that. So I don't know if there's a way that they can put in, you know, maybe wrought iron where they have a key to it between the house and there, or actually, you know, making sure the retention area, there's no surfaces where people can lie. They're like jagged rocks, or maybe even reducing the trees in the back that are shade trees to discourage people to stay back there or something, are really the things that I would just say, because I would agree that this, putting so much trying to buffer might actually encourage them to be closer to their house.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Board Member Sarkeesian. So that was addressed as part of the design review submittal. The landscape plan that you see was what was submitted as part of site plan review, and they addressed that, I believe, 2 days ago. So I did not have the time to swap those out prior to the packet going out. So as part of our design review discussion, we did discuss SEPTED and the concerns about that separation. So we did try to address the lights. Wrought iron was a part of that new wall, as well as changing those trees to reduce the shade canopies in order to create that elm look that has the base that is more, could be seen, as well as changing the material within the retention basin.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Was there any discussion about lighting and the cameras? Because, you know, the worst thing that could happen is they have cameras and lights, you know, on their house and in the backyard.
Right, so thank you, Chair and Board Member Pitchers. So I know specifically, I don't believe the discussion at design review mentioned cameras specifically, but we did go in depth about lighting itself. So majority of the lighting along the pedestrian level is located about, I believe, 9 to 10 feet in height. So with the screen wall that is allowed within the LI or within the DB2 zone, that would be about 8 foot high. So as part of that, through the light assign studies, that we did realize that the light flooding area would be underneath that screening, or would be blocked by that screening, so it wouldn't impact, and it did meet the lighting standards for photometrics.
Any other questions for Josh on this one? Is that you?
Can I ask one question, Chair?
Board Member Allen.
Josh, and you probably already said this once before, but on a storage unit, there's not any windows on that side, or there's not any openings that somebody could have the visibility right directly into their backyard. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Chair, and Board Member Allen, that is correct. It would be based off of the current site plan. There isn't any kind of access or views from that eastern side. All the glazing is located on the north side in order to meet our quality design standards or guidelines.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close the hearing portion and have discussion from the board on this item. Is there any discussion? Board Member Peterson.
Yeah, so some thoughts on this. First off, the non-conforming zoning, clearly the house the non-conformance is because the code came in afterwards, because the house was there before the zoning, unless Mr. Killian can correct us maybe, but no, I mean the house was there first. Yeah, the house was there first, and so for it to be non-conforming is because the code came in around the house and the rules weren't made for that situation. And I get that, those things happen. We're about to talk about a couple of cases where there's a separation of 50, 100 plus feet between structures, and where there's been a lot of work and discussions on those, and it just seems reasonable to me to give some time for the property owner and the case developer to just have a discussion, talk about, I mean, because people have valid legal rights to maintain the perimeter of their house, and from the looks of it, it doesn't even look like will they be off property, and how will that be enforced, or what type of, is it solid fencing, wrought iron fencing, where's landscaping, things like that, to just, it seems like subtle things that can be worked out, and if there's common willingness to work it out, and in this case, it just seems like the reasonable thing to do.
So is there a motion or a request in that, Board Member Peterson?
I would say if I'm the only one who thinks that, I won't make a motion, but if there's some consensus that other people think that's reasonable, then I would make a motion to continue, but I'd like to hear more.
Board Member Ayers.
So, yeah, with reviewing this, unfortunately, I think we have to remember, I'm going to kind of be a previous board member and remember what our purview is, which is what we're reviewing a site plan. And it is a right that is allowed. I completely agree with what you're saying, and I also want, Mr. Conover, I appreciate what he has to deal with. However, the board has a purview that we're working within, and with that, I would move actually that we do approve the site plan with this. However, I would encourage the developer to actually work with them as well. And it sounds like that's already started to happen from hearing what Josh said. So, because I do agree with some of the concerns, but again, the purview that we have is pretty clear on this one. It's fairly straightforward.
All right, so I think you're about to make a motion, but
I will.
Before you do that, let me go back to Board Member Peterson. Are you, I'm not sure I'm seeing support for a continuance among the board.
Go ahead with
Okay, all right, so Board Member,
I just would comment back on, while I agree with Board Member Peterson, they are perfectly within their right now of what the code is. And so they can take suggestions, but technically they do not have to change their site plan in any way. And so that's where I'm stuck with why would a continuance on something that they may not change, so, and don't have to.
okay, well, thank you for that. And Board Member Peterson, it doesn't look like you have a motion coming forward, so let me turn to Board Member Ayers and ask you to make a motion.
Absolutely. So I would move to approve case, or 3A, which is ZON 22-00829 within District 4, within the 400 block of South Morris and within the 300 block of West Broadway Road, located east of Country Club Drive on the south side of Broadway Road. Site plan review, and this request will allow for a self-storage facility. The staff recommendation is approval with conditions, and I would move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second for the motion?
I would second that.
Okay, Board Member Allen, thank you.
Can we suggest that the board amend that motion to approve with conditions as staff had recommended?
Conditions as staff. So yes, do you want me to read the whole thing again, Rachel? No. Okay, so we would move to also, what did you say again?
Amend. Approve with conditions.
Approve with the conditions discussed by staff today. Thank you.
All right.
And I would second that.
Thank you, Board Member Allen. Okay, let's vote. Okay, so by your vote of 6 ayes and 1 no, this item has passed. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, there, it's working now. All right, so Chair, board members, now we have item 4A, which is ZON 22-00263. And Michelle is gonna be passing out a letter from AT Still. In the agenda packet, we had included an earlier letter, and there was also a version with responses from the applicant. But this is an official stance from AT Still that they would like us distributed to the board.
Can we also hear this with the 5A?
Yes, you may.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. This is case ZON 22-00263. This is a request to rezone a property from PEP PAD CUP to PEP PAD and LIPAD and site plan review to allow for an industrial development. So the site is located north of Baseline Road and south of the US 60, on the west side of Sunview Road and east of Higley Road. The general plan character area designation is specialty with a medical campus subtype, which is intended for large areas around a single use. In this instance, it's around a medical campus use. Both planned employment park and light industrial are identified as primary zoning districts in the specialty medical campus general plan character area. The requested zoning on the property is both light industrial and planned employment park. So the northern side of the site will be zoned to light industrial, and the southern side of the site will be zoned to planned employment park. Here you can see an existing photo of the site. It is currently vacant. As a part of the rezone, the applicant is requesting a planned area development overlay, which includes deviations to certain development standards. Those include deviations to the maximum building height, the required parking ratio, and the setback of cross-drive aisles. So the site plan is for 8 industrial buildings, totaling approximately 650,000 square feet. There are buildings 1A through 1C, which will be located in the light industrial portion that are approximately 150,000 per building. And then buildings 2A through 2E in the planned employment park portion that are approximately 50 to 55,000 square feet per building. The subject request also includes an associated preliminary plat for 8 lots that lines up with the proposed site plan. The applicant attended design review on July 12th. The design review board was overall very complimentary of the proposed elevations and only had minor comments. The applicant conducted a citizen participation process, which included notification to property owners within 1,000 feet, as well as HOAs and registered neighborhoods. They held 1 neighborhood meeting that had 4 attendees. Staff received 2 letters of opposition for the proposed development, one from the adjacent A.T. Still University and another from a surrounding property owner. In response to the concerns raised by the surrounding property owners, the applicant did submit a revised site plan, which included increased landscape setback on the east side of building 1C, and then some proposed separation and reworks of the alignment for Sunview to reroute truck traffic to the west. In summary, we find that the proposed development complies with the 2040 Mesa General Plan and meets the criteria for a PAD and site plan review, and staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Cassidy on this item? Not seeing any right now. Okay. So thank you. We'll invite the applicant to come forward. Mr. Lake.
Good evening, Chairman, board members. My name is Sean Lake, 1744 South Val Vista, here on behalf of Hines. It's a pleasure really to be here. Hines is very well known in the development community, and they operate a number of first-class projects throughout the country. They are an excellent developer, and they're bringing forward to the city of Mesa this project for a business park and industrial development that will provide an opportunity for excellent jobs and employment and the type of things that I think we're trying to encourage in the city of Mesa. This is not one of those big industrial parks that we're seeing go up out by Eastmark. As many of us drive around the freeway and we see those large buildings that are going up just north of the airport, that's not this project. These buildings are significantly smaller, and we'll walk through and talk about this, but we think there's a real need for this type of use, specifically in this location. And so it's a pleasure really to be here on behalf of Hines. There's also a representative, I think, from Tenet, the property owner here, who may wish to speak as well. The project, Cassidy always does an excellent job. We appreciate working with staff, but the project's approximately 54 acres located, I'll call it Wrecker and Baseline, but kind of tucked back in the middle of that site. Many of us have attended youth events there at the YMCA to watch our kids play basketball or whatever, our children. This is directly east of where we would park for when we go see our children at that YMCA, or directly west of where we would park for that YMCA. And then south and a little west, or south and a little east of that area is the A.T. Steel property, or A.T. Steel campus that you see on the lower right-hand corner. As Cassidy pointed out, the property is currently zoned PEP, and we are requesting to zone it to PEP and LI for the proposed development that we have before you. Now let's look at the development plan and what we are looking at. On the north side, we have 3 buildings, approximately 130,000 square feet. And on this, those buildings have been designed with big setbacks along Sunview. If you look at the plan, you can see large landscape and setbacks to push those back from that Sunview street, as well as incorporating a large landscape setback along the east side, and that was done, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a little bit, as a direct response of working with AT Steel to soften up the buffer along our eastern side of the property. We have a condition of approval that talks about no access for trucks to go east towards AT Steel and force all traffic, and we'll talk about that in a little bit for particularly those buildings on the north side. On the south side, well, on the north side, let me just kind of get that in perspective, because when I practice these presentations and I give them to my wife, she looks at me like 130,000 square feet, what does that mean? That's about half the size of a supercenter. So everybody's been into a Walmart supercenter. Those are about 230,000 square feet. This is 130,000 square feet. So that's kind of the perspective, the size of those buildings. The buildings on the south are 5 business park type buildings. They're smaller, they're much smaller in design. They're oriented internal so that the loading areas or the business area is internal to the site to be screened from the perimeter. We work particularly with staff to design landscaping and open space around the perimeter of the site along Sunview and Inverness, and paid close attention to the southeast corner of this site, kind of the little where it comes to a point on the right-hand side of the site plan, to really enhance that area with landscaping and monument signage and open space areas. You'll notice we even have a basketball court in this business park for the employees to recreate and to go and sit and enjoy. There might even be some AT Steel students that sneak over and shoot hoops occasionally. So we've designed something that is very nice, that will fit within the area, and we think will be very, very attractive in this location. In working with the neighbors and AT Steel specifically, we did make changes to our plan to try to address some of their concerns. As I pointed out earlier, one of those was along the east side of the 3 buildings on the north. They wanted to make sure that landscaping setback along our east side, which would be directly east of Building 1C, was softened up. And so what we did is we increased that landscape setback to 50 feet. And then we doubled the amount of landscaping and trees that will go in that area. Now, to put that into perspective of 50 feet, on our west side, we have the UPS facility. For those that receive daily shipments from UPS, that's where it comes from. And so that UPS facility is located on our west side. They have a 10-foot landscape strip along our border that we share with UPS. We're 5 times what UPS has there. And so with that 50 feet of landscaping along the east side, we think we'll soften that up. We've also worked with the Design Review Board to have the design of that building to be attractive as well. The traffic was another question or concern of the neighbors. And as you see on this site, if you can picture going to the YMCA, it kind of ends in a cul-de-sac. Sunview ends in a cul-de-sac before you get in there. Our plan right now is to continue that cul-de-sac and continue it all through the center of this site and connect it to Sunview on our west boundary. There was concern expressed initially by AT Steel that we don't want the trucks leaving the north side of the site, the big trucks, and going east past AT Steel and commingling, if you will, with more of the passenger traffic. We agree, we concur. And so what we submitted was a plan, a conceptual plan that had 2 cul-de-sacs backing up to each other so that the trucks physically couldn't go. We talked with staff, the traffic engineer and said, for the city of Mesa said, maybe there's a better way to do that. We talked with AT Steel and they said, well, we don't know, but we like that the trucks can't go, but maybe there's a better way, but maybe we want to have our people in AT Steel use Sunview to get out to Higley to the west. And so we added a condition of approval, and I believe that is condition number 2 in your zoning case, that will allow us the flexibility to work with the city's traffic engineer to design restrictions on Sunview for our truck driveways that access Sunview to force all truck traffic to go to the west to go straight out to Higley. We believe that's the natural course anyway, the path of least resistance, if you will. That's where all of UPS trucks go now. But we'll design it with I'm not an engineer, and I'm not going to pretend to be one. I think I've heard them call it pork chop or some type of raised median type design at those driveway entrances to force those trucks to go to the east. But we have a condition to work with the city's traffic engineer to design that, to do that. And you'll notice that driveway off of 1C on our far right-hand corner, that's a narrower driveway, and that's really only for passenger vehicles now. That's not designed wide enough to accept large truck traffic in there already, and so we'll work with the city on that. One of the other concerns was uses. The city certainly doesn't want this to be one large building with 2 employees. And so the AT Steel did not want this whole thing to be a big distribution center or a UPS 2 or FedEx. And so we'll work with the city on developing a development agreement to restrict certain amount of uses both in the LI and the PEP, and that is condition number 8 of the staff recommendation conditions of approval. Again, we worked with Cassidy and staff. They were very particular on that corner, what we'll call to the right of building 2E, kind of where the teardrop is, on the far right side, to dress that area up, to put a monument entry in that location. And so the extensive landscaping and really make that pretty, that business park area. So we did that as well. We will be completing the pedestrian connections and the bike lanes and the sidewalks as part of this development for Sunview Inverness to kind of finish off that area. But this will be providing employment opportunities for a lot of office and warehouse and business park type uses. We think there is a strong demand for this size of development. One of the other issues of concern was traffic and the volume of traffic. We were requested to prepare a traffic study. And so the traffic study we prepared compared the existing plan that you discussed last month, if you remember, with the multifamily case directly south of here, about an older plan. I believe it was 05 or 08, somewhere in there, that was approved for a hospital. So we did a traffic study to analyze that traffic compared to our proposed traffic. And I believe we're at about 10% of what that traffic that would be generated by that previously approved use that sits on the site. So we will have significantly less traffic, and we've worked with the city's transportation department that there is capacity of the roadways to handle our proposed uses. Here's a landscape plan kind of showing that teardrop area, how we've enhanced kind of that corner that would be closest to the YMCA and the AT Steel locations. And again, you can see the basketball court and the business park type of amenities that would be associated with this building. Again, that building, these 5 smaller buildings are about 50,000 square feet, and back to my example, that's about the size of a Walmart grocery store or a Safeway or a Bash's. So they're not huge buildings. They're very small, and we think there's a need for those smaller type buildings for employment type uses, because there's big ones being built out by the airport. Here's a rendering of what that teardrop area would be as you kind of enter in at Sunview and Inverness intersections. Here's an example of the elevations that were submitted to the Design Review Board, and as Cassie pointed out, that were very well received by the Design Review Board. This project, we believe, will provide employment opportunities. We think between these 8 buildings, there will be substantial opportunities for a significant number of employees to move in and work here. The salary ranges, we think, are very high in this area for these type of users. We think there's substantial demand, both for office and warehouse and manufacturing and those type of uses in this area. High demand in this area, and we think this market a little bit smaller is in need. We think there will be users in here that we're currently talking, and people who are looking in the market for this type of thing, this type of project, that could also provide medical type uses, which would be complementary to the AT Steel project to the east. Here's some of the people who are currently in the industry looking for space that we feel that we could provide space for them to come in and move here. And so we think there's an excellent opportunity to provide that on this site. So with that, we think we have put forth a great plan that's worked our very best to try to address concerns of AT Steel. They've been very good to work with. They've met with us multiple times. We've done everything we possibly can to try to address their concerns and work with them. They've been good to work with. So we think it's a great plan. Staff is recommending approval. Staff has conditions of approval that address many of those issues as well. And so with that, we would ask your support of this project with the staff's recommended conditions of approval. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Right. Any questions for Mr. Lake?
On the 5 smaller ones, so those would be similar to the ones you see that have like the offices in the front and then like a warehouse kind of thing in that? Is that what that is kind of, or?
They could be a myriad of different type users in there. It could be a striker person who has medical parts, and they have offices and employees in there, and then they also have inventory in there of spine parts or knee joints or whatever. There's lots of different uses. Heinz will be building out the building, and then the tenants will be, building off and finishing their space inside.
And then the back is like the larger doors in the back? Is that what that is?
The back would be larger. These are not cross docks.
Right.
Yeah.
But so each unit would have their own like availability to get in? Okay.
And that's really what the docks, they do have quite a few docks here that AT Steel was concerned about, but that's done so that there is flexibility for the person that moves in. You don't want to restrict a tenant because you have a dock in the wrong location. There'll be docks that they just flat out won't use because their internal configuration of the building when they build it out will need a dock in this location. And if we put the dock in this location, we're out of luck. They'll go somewhere else. And so that's why you have a lot of docks, and they'll have a lot of docks or doors that they just flat out don't use because their internal configuration of the building doesn't require it. They need it at that location. So that's why we designed it the way we did.
And so this zone change will allow for like the manufacturing and production of?
Yes.
Okay, so medical or whatever else it is too?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Lake.
Thank you.
Let's go to our public comment now. I've got 3 cards, and let's start with Lauren King. So, Ms. King, if you'd come to the podium and give your name and business address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Lauren King for the record, 6737 Northwold Way. Here today in support of the Heinz project on behalf of the current owner, Tenet Healthcare, or Abrazo locally. The hospital plan that was conceived many years ago, it will not happen. And so throughout this process, been very involved with Heinz, appreciate Heinz's collaborative approach. I do want to make a point to acknowledge AT Still as a longtime neighbor of this property and a fellow supporter of the healthcare community. We appreciate them providing feedback. We believe that Heinz has made meaningful accommodations to address their concerns, including significant buffers to the AT Still campus. So we feel this is a great plan, that it will generate jobs, it'll be a good use of the property. And with that, thank you for the opportunity to reflect our support on the record.
Great, thank you. Next, I have Gary Cloud.
I will defer to council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cloud. And so then, next up, I've got Joel. Is it San?
It's Sanis.
Sanis?
Yes. Chairman
Okay,
Crockett.
and Mr. Sanis, we also have a letter from your firm that's been
Sure.
distributed to each of the board members. We got that not
Yeah,
long ago.
I did have a question about that. We're having, Ms. Dalkey and I are texting back and forth. We had agreed that that would be provided to the board before your planning session. I don't know if you've had a chance to review that before the planning session. This is a 50-acre zoning change. So it is a substantial zoning change. I don't know if the board has seen this substantial of a zoning change in some time. So either we'd like the board to take more time to consider our letter, or if possible, I could have a few extra minutes to give our presentation.
Well, let's push ahead and see how far
Sure.
we get in 3 minutes. And
I want to make 4 points on
Okay.
behalf of AT Still University. First, approving this rezoning would be a drastic change to the Mesa 2040 general plan for this area of our city. We do appreciate what Heinz has done to accommodate the concerns that AT still has, but its number one overarching concern is this is inconsistent with the general plan and inconsistent with commitments that the city of Mesa made when AT Still located its campus in this location, that this area would be developed in a way that would have synergistic benefits to AT Still University's educational and public service mission. Second, approval means taking a short-term view compared to the long-term view of the 2040 general plan. Third, as I mentioned, this is about the city's commitment to ATSU that this area will be developed in a manner that creates synergies for the university's educational and public service missions. And fourth, approval of this zoning change threatens AT Still University's continued viability in this location. I want to go through a PowerPoint, if I may. First is on the PowerPoint, let me pull this slide up. I'll just go, it's showing on the right side of the screen, this is from the Mesa 2040 general plan, taken directly from the plan. This entire area, you can see the word specialty district. This is a specialty district that was created specifically for AT Still University and at the time Tenet Healthcare, which owned the property. But now that it doesn't wish to build a hospital anymore, they want to sell that property, and that's why Hines is here applying for the rezoning so that it can buy the property from Tenet. The second is. This is from the City of Mesa's resolution adopting the general plan. Section 4. The general plan serves as a statement of community-wide vision to help guide the city and the community as a whole into the future with a long-range perspective, distinct from short-term market conditions or development trends. When the City Council approved this is from the City Council, from the city's own website. The Mesa 2040 general plan was adopted by the council and voters of the City of Mesa in 2014. So this is not simply a zoning code. This is a plan that went through years of development and then was presented to the voters for approval in 2014. ATSU is an integral part of the 2040 general plan. This is from the general plan. It says that in 2020, the City of Mesa developed the strategic vision to attract additional higher education institutions. The city was successful in attracting 6 new colleges and universities to Mesa and to add to the already vibrant educational landscape, which includes AT Still University, which among those listed was the first. AT Still was the pioneer for higher education in the city of Mesa. Specialty districts are special. The specialty districts are areas for large single uses. Large single uses. Specialty districts are large areas with a single use, such as an educational campus, airport, or medical facility. I'm not positive that this was designed just as a medical facility. I think it was designed as an educational, high technology, and medical specialty district. This is what an educational campus should have. The education campus subtype is typically for high school and college campuses. Again, this is in that specialty district. The medical campus subtype is for hospitals and associated office buildings and are typically located on sites of at least 20 acres. The reason that we take issue with staff's comment that this is consistent with the 2040 general plan. It's not. It is taking what should have been an educational campus or medical campus and locating 50 acres of industrial development right next to AT Still University. I'm going to scroll down to this is the photo. The AT Still University is in the middle. That's its main campus is in the middle. The YMCA is at the top. It will directly abut the YMCA. They have agreed to a setback, but it directly abuts the YMCA. The YMCA is located on land owned by AT Still University, which AT Still University donates for the YMCA to operate there. If you look at the corner of the development where the cul-de-sac ends, that is 1 football field away from AT Steel's main campus. That is where this is located. They're going to locate, Mr. Lake says this is like a Walmart. This is like 8 Walmarts. It's not 1, it's 8 located here.
Mr. Sanis, let me ask you to kind of try to wrap up here really quickly.
This is border-to-border concrete. It is tilt-up concrete. It's a beautiful building. It would be great in another location, but this is border-to-border concrete. That is the entire development. I also want to make, this is I do not think that it complies with the planned employment park designation. We take issue with staff saying that it complies with the planned employment park designation as well. A planned employment park is supposed to have multiple uses. It should have ancillary uses like retail. It doesn't have any of that. This is a warehouse district, or warehouse proposal. The last point we want to make, this is the planned employment from the zoning code. A planned employment park should have multiple uses: medical office parks, research and development facilities, light industrial, light manufacturing, integrated in a campus setting with ancillary restaurants, retail, and other supportive establishments. This doesn't have any of that. So it doesn't comply with the PEP zoning, even if you were to say that you're going to approve the PEP zoning. The last point I want to make is, if you build it, they will come. There are 220 docks for shipments from this facility. There are 16 drive-through docks, 236 truck docks. This is completely inconsistent with what the City of Mesa made a commitment to A.T. Still University, that if it locates its campus here, this area will be developed to support A.T. Still University. You will have wall-to-wall concrete, 50 acres worth, right next to a world-class university that provides public service in the form of, that has a dental clinic, it has a doctor, it educates doctors of osteopathy, so it's a medical school. It's a dental school. It's an audio. It also has other colleges associated with higher education. And the last point I want to make is that every other use that is in this area is consistent with the plan. The businesses that are in this area are Abrazo Health formerly owned the Mountain Vista Medical Center. It sold it in 2022. So you have an emergency hospital that operates in this area. Encompass Health Rehabilitation Services operates a physical rehabilitation facility in the area. Sante of Mesa operates a short-term skilled nursing and rehabilitation facility within the special district. So the uses that are nearby are consistent with the general plan. This is a violation of the general plan. So for those reasons, we urge the board to deny the application.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanis.
Thank you for the extra time.
Let me have Mr. Lake come back up and maybe address some of the points that you just heard.
Chair, I've appreciated working with Joel. He's an excellent attorney, a great person, but I wish to point out he did leave out the UPS facility directly adjacent to our property. There's an apartment on the Ruiz development that is directly just south of that. And so there are a lot of different uses in this site that aren't all consistent with that. I think I wanted to point out, he says this is a huge change. This property is currently zoned PEP. We are asking it to go from PEP to PEP and LI. I would argue that the uses of PEP to PEP and LI are much similar and closer than the case that they supported last month, which was to take PEP and change it to multifamily for property that fronted on Baseline Road. They would like to have retail and restaurants and bars and nightclubs and those type of things as presented in their letter. Those are great ideas for arterial frontages, for commercial corners. But this property is currently zoned PEP, and we are requesting a change to PEP and LI, and we think that is very consistent. I also wish to point out and concur with staff's position on this. It is consistent with the general plan. If you look at the general plan and identify the primary zoning categories that are to go into this property, both PEP and LI are in those primary zoning categories as the uses, the land use zoning categories that they want to see developed, or the general plan designates to develop on this property. Multifamily, which was discussed last month, is a secondary use, which they supported the multifamily. We think this land is most appropriate for business park employment type uses. We think land has been set aside for jobs and creation. I know they want to have a hospital and medical facility or a school locate here, but to narrow the zoning down to a medical or a hospital for this property or nothing, when we have a hospital seller saying it's never going to happen. Banner went, it's done. And then narrow it down even further to say we're only going to allow educational opportunities here, really I think is so narrowly constricting this property owner that they'll never be able to develop this property. So given that, we think it is very appropriate to allow a very similar use as what is existing there today, with a UPS facility that's there, and then force all that traffic that will come from this business park in the PEP and the LI area to the west. We think it will be attractive. It will be a great area and a great asset to the city of Mesa, both in terms of job and employees and places for people to go and work. We think this is a very attractive project. I think I touched on everything. We concur with staff's opinion. This is consistent with the general plan. These zoning districts that we are requesting are primary zoning districts within this zoning category. And to support the AT Steel position to so narrowly constrain this property, you're going to choke it to the point where it will never develop. And so we would ask your support of this property, or this proposed development. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Lake? No? Anything more from staff on this?
Chair, I'll add to staff's evaluation of compliance with the general plan that, as we discussed earlier in the study session, we are reviewing the rezone request and an associated site plan. However, the buildings shown on the site plan are speculative. We don't know what the proposed uses are for those buildings. So as far as information that we have as staff to evaluate that, it is correct that the LI in the Planned Employment Park zoning district are primary zoning districts to be used in the medical campus subtype. So in that sense, it does comply. When those buildings are officially occupied, if they require any sort of special use at that time, we can further evaluate those for compliance with the general plan. But as it stands now with the proposal, it is in compliance. That is staff's interpretation, recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll have some discussion on the board. Is there any comment on this? I'll take comments or a motion, either one.
If I could jump in then, I would just go straight to making a motion on this if nobody has any objection to that. And I would recommend that we approve ZON 22-00263 District 2 within the 5,600 to 5,800 blocks of East Inverness Avenue and within the 5,600 to 5,800 blocks of South Sunview, located east of Higley Road and north of Baseline Road, rezoned from Planned Employment Park with a planned area development overlay and a council use permit to Planned Employment Park with a planned area development overlay, light industrial, with a planned area development overlay and site plan review. This request will allow for an industrial development along with staff recommendation of approval with conditions.
Okay, and can we also move the preliminary plat at the same time? Or
Oh, right.
separately? Separate? Okay.
Okay.
You can do it at the same time, Board Member Allen, if you want to combine that with the associated preliminary plat.
Sure. And also that recommendation combined with Baseline Logics Park District 2 within the 5,600 to 5,800 blocks of East Inverness Avenue and within the 5,600 to 5,800 blocks of South Sunview, located east of Higley Road and north of Baseline Road, a preliminary plat. Staff recommendation is approval with conditions.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Peterson. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. And Board Member Allen, how are you voting on this?
Yes.
Okay, so by your vote of 7 ayes, no noes, these two items have passed.
All right, Chair and board members, our next item to discuss is.
Did it show up as a no vote?
No.
It did not.
It says voted here, but it doesn't show results.
Didn't show results.
I put my glasses on. Oh, there, the results just went away. So Board Member Ayers voted no on that one.
Why don't you do a roll call vote on the motion that
Okay.
Board Member Allen made to approve cases 4A and 5A?
Okay, so this is a roll call vote on the motion on items 4A and 5A.
To approve with conditions.
To approve both with conditions. I'll begin with myself. I vote aye. Vice Chair Ayers.
No.
Board Member Allen.
Aye.
Board Member Sarkisian.
Yes.
Board Member Peterson.
Yes.
Board Member Pitcher.
Yes.
And Board Member Montez.
Yes.
Okay, so by your vote of 6 ayes, 1 no, items 4A and 5B have passed. Don't know what happened with the technology on that, but thanks for paying attention, Board Member Ayers. Okay,
Okay, so Board, next up, we have item 4B, which is ZON 22-00265, and Josh will be making that presentation.
Hey, Josh, before you start, I have to recuse myself from this one.
Okay, thank you. And Board Member Pitcher needs to recuse himself. Would you, just for the record, would you state the reason you're recusing
The reason
yourself?
is that we've got family relations that are the applicant, and the development is nearby.
Okay, thank you. So Board Member Pitcher will be recused on this item. Josh, take it away.
This is for ZON 22-00265. This is specifically for a rezoning and site plan review for the to allow for the development of an age-restricted multiple residence. The site is located east of Greenfield, south of Southern Avenue, and is just directly west of South 48th Street. The overall general plan designation for this site is neighborhood. So as part of that, clean, safe, and healthy areas, as well as a sense of place, is the intent of this area, as well as a wide variety of housing, which this would be consistent with. Overall, the existing zoning on this site is RS43 and RS15. The proposed zoning on this case is for an RM4 PAD. This is the existing site photo looking south into the existing Killian Farm from 48th. Here's the overall site plan. It's showing main access from Southern Avenue on the northwest site, a portion of the site, as well as secondary access from 48th for members of the community. As well, overall, they're providing 208 units with an overall density of 23.3 units per acre. As well as part of this request, there is a parking reduction that has been conditioned based off of the age-restricted nature of this development. As part of that, due to the senior use of this development, there is a reduction that is permitted through alternative compliance, which is what the applicant is requesting as part of this. Overall, there's a multitude of PAD modifications for this site. I will say the specific setback ones are just purely for parking garages, as well as parking canopies located along the property lines. As well as a reduction in the just 2-bedroom units for the private open space for a minimum of 62 square feet, but staff feels with the additional amenities in the community spaces, as well as the community engagement rooms and things of that nature, that has been mitigated into a manner that is more a higher level than is typically seen, consistent with the PAD requests. And as part of that, again, just to reiterate, these setbacks are just for the parking garages as well as parking canopies. They have also addressed, they have spoken with the neighboring property owners, as well as concerns that the neighbors have on this site. As part of that, the portions adjacent to the single residences uses on the west side of Sunny Mesa, they have had a conversation with them where they've increased the wall height. So as part of these PAD modifications, they are asking that it increase from the standard 6 feet that is allowed within RM districts to 8 feet, which is consistent with more of our industrial areas, but at least this way will provide for additional screening for those neighbors. In general, this was presented to design review on September 13th. Most of the comments were about the vitality of and longevity of the citrus grove located on the west side of the site that is being utilized as a buffer for that single residence uses. So as part of that, we have a better understanding of how the irrigation will work and kind of best practices in terms of bubblers for the trees themselves in order to make sure that that screening maintains in place, as well as making sure the longevity of those trees. As well as some general comments on the elevations, as well as articulations also the design review board had on this case. As part of the citizen participation process, this was one of the more extensive cases that did do, quite a number of neighborhood meetings based off of the applicant's materials, as well as various meetings that staff has attended. There has been well over 20 meetings with specific property owners, as well as groups and HOAs as a whole. As the project initially came in as a 4-story, about another, I believe, 30 to 40 units on top of what they're proposing today. As part of those discussions with the citizens, they have reduced the overall structure to 3 stories on a majority of the portion that fronts 48th and Southern, while they have reduced it to 2 stories adjacent to the single residences. And all the patios and accessory windows of the units have been oriented not to look into the backyards or properties of those single residences surrounding the property. So based off of that, staff finds the overall site plan and rezone complies with the 2040 general plan, complies with the review criteria for a planned area development per chapter 22, as well as the review criteria for a site plan within 1169.5. Therefore, staff recommends approval of conditions.
Thank you, Josh. Do we have questions from board members? Board Member Peterson.
Josh, you mentioned agreement for a section of 8-foot wall. Will you clarify where that is? Is it just the far on the dog leg, the far west side there? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and Board Member Peterson. So yes, it's essentially along this western, on the dog leg, essentially, adjacent to the citrus orchard, and the single residence is located on the west side.
Okay. Do we have other questions for Josh? Not seeing any right now. Thank you. So, Mr. Lake, why don't you come up? You're going to be on the hot seat again.
Thank you, Josh. First, let me start. My name is Sean Lake, 1744 South Val Vista, here on behalf of Sparrow Development. And I'd like to also thank the Killian family. I first want to point out, I'm really proud of the citizen participation report, so much so that I reached out to Deanna just to talk with her about it, because we need somebody to kind of carry that mantle or that torch forward. So this was an extensive outreach effort that worked on this project, so I just had to do that. Secondly, I wanted to point out, well, we did have the grandfather of zoning with us here on the first application. The great-grandfather of zoning is the property owner of this site, Max Killian. And so Mr. Killian acquired this site some time ago, and over many, many, many decades has been developing this property. And so I'm going to go through my presentation and walk through some of the things that have occurred. So, well, as I said, I'm here on behalf of Sparrow Partners. And who is Sparrow Partners? Because I think there's been some misunderstanding about who Sparrow is. And Sparrow is not a speculative developer. I think that misinformation is that they're just here to build, flip, and go, make their profit and run. That is not Sparrow's model. That is not what they do. They design, build, and manage their projects all in-house. They've retained, on all of their projects, they retain management and ownership along with equity partnership in all of their communities. So they are not a build, flip, and run project. They are here to design, they're here to build, they're here to manage and retain equity ownership along with their other equity partners in this project. So we're proud to represent Sparrow in this project. Let's talk a little bit about where we started on this project. When Sparrow first started working with the Killian family for the development of this property and looking to locate a 55-plus community in this area, we thought this was a great location. There is already 55-plus that was located and developed on the Killian farm directly north of here with the Sunland Village property. to the north, and that contains not only single-family homes, but multifamily, four-story apartments. Those who have driven by, three four-story buildings in the Sunland Village development directly north of here. But if you look at the Killian Farm, or Killian Ranch, and adjacent, ranches and what Max has been involved with over the many, many decades of development of this property, it's really everything from Broadway down to Baseline, from Greenfield over to Higley. And in that area, there's been a lot of different things, and I'm really proud of what has happened on that ranch area with adjacent property owners. And it's got a myriad of a lot of different uses. You have the Sunland Village project to the north. You have a huge employment hub to the south with the Banner facility there. You've got retail out on the corner, the intersections of Southern and Greenfield and Southern and Higley. You have multiple story buildings all around here. On this slide, you'll see the red stars indicate 3-story multifamily type projects. The blue star on the top is a 4-story multifamily project, and there's other multi-story buildings in the area identified in blue. So there's a lot of different mixed uses that occurred on this site. So when we originally worked with Sparrow to develop this plan, Sparrow decided to go on the north side, and the Killians decided to carve out what we'll call, I call Max's home, but it is now David Killian's home. And that's, I don't know if you can see the arrow or the cursor. They carved out David Killian's home, which is about a 3.5-acre site, intentionally to provide a buffer to this development. So you can see along the western edge of this property, about 2/3 or more is buffered by the seller's home, the seller's land. And then the rest of it. And then obviously on the south half is the LMC property that you guys looked at and evaluated and recommended approval. I believe it was last month, and will go to City Council. That LMC project is a multifamily development of 2- and 3-story buildings as well. So the first plan that was presented by Sparrow in our first neighborhood meeting was a 4-story structure, a 55+, all internal corridor community. That's what Sparrow does. So if you're in unit 231 and you want to go see your friend in unit 131, you can do it in an internal hallway, taking an elevator, and you're never having to walk down 2 flights of stairs, walk across the parking lot, and then walk up 2 flights of stairs to see your neighbor. You can do it all in an internal self-air-conditioned environment. You can do it with elevators, and it's really designed for that purpose, for this type of a community who need to have that. And then pull in all the recreational amenities internal to the site. So they designed a building with 4 stories, but they wanted to pay special attention to Sunny Mesa to the west. And so the original plan was to have a landscape strip, and let me put my cursor, along the 2 neighbors that are directly adjacent to us along the west side. They would meet code with that landscaping and then have a portion of 1-story casitas along that west side. That wasn't received well. There wasn't enough buffer. And so we moved on to Plan 2. In this plan, they reduced the size of the building from 4 stories down to 3, which was more consistent with what LMC was doing to the south and the apartment projects, say, over at Southern and Higley and elsewhere in this area. And then they wrapped it around and then put a 2-story element along the western boundary, which you can see outlined in red here. That way you would have a landscape buffer, you would have a 1-story casita graduating up to a 2-story portion of the building that would then graduate up to a 3-story building. This plan wasn't received well. Again, through all this plan, we're still maintaining the Killian 3.5-acre property here that would retain and maintain with those existing citrus trees. So Sparrow then went back to the drawing board again to come up with another plan. In this plan, they wanted to pay special attention to the 2 neighbors here. Very friendly, wonderful people. I am the first one, and I will speak. They're great people. I've been with them in their homes, and they're great, and I speak very highly of the 2 neighbors that are directly to our west. But given that they're great people, Sparrow wanted to do something that I've never yet seen before in any development. They put together a buffer along that western side for these neighbors here of a 100-foot wide orchard. where they would go in and maintain citrus trees. If those of you have been out to see the site, these are mature, existing, tall, big, great citrus trees, navels, a lot of them, in that area, where they would keep that orchard along that west side and then pull the building back, that two-story element that we talked about, 185 feet from the property line to create a buffer to the neighbors to the west. And then they would put parking in and around it. All the amenities were then pulled internal and centered to the project with pools and pickleball and all the typical common amenities that you see outside, as well as the amenities inside. As many of you know, with 55-plus communities, amenities are important, and so they have a substantial amount of amenities, sometimes twice the amount of amenities that you would see in an all-age type community that was discussed last month with the LMC project. Here's the slide talking about the different type of amenities. I'm not going to go through them. It's been a long night, so I'm sure you can read faster than I can read them off to you. But needless to say, between the orchard and the amenities, there's a substantial amount of activities for people who will live within this community. I wanted to also highlight the number of neighborhood meetings. This is why I reached out to Deanna to say, hey, I put together I say that like my dad said, let's go mow the lawn. DJ and my office, we worked together along with our client to put together a great citizen participation report with a substantial amount of meetings with the neighbors. So let's talk about some of the things that we did to address those neighbors. We talked about the 100-foot citrus orchard, and at the DRB it was talked about how will that be maintained. Well, we're working with, and in talking with neighbors, we're working with not only Mark Killian, but David Killian to irrigate those citrus. That is our preferred method. As those of us that know in the city of Mesa, irrigation is significantly cheaper than potable water for citrus. And so we'll be working with David for head walls to have this orchard irrigated. That's our preferred method right now. And so as long as that's available or practical or feasible, that's what we're working with them, and we'll work in a contract to try to make that happen. We eliminated the cottages along that lower area, which is now just an orchard. It's an orchard, 4 rows of trees deep, and so there won't be cottages anymore with the big setback of 182 feet. The 3-story portion is set back 220 feet. Josh talked about the balconies, and so the balconies look north-south. There was some concern that people on these 2-story balconies might look into the yards, and I've got some pictures later on that we'll talk about that, into the backyards and destroy the privacy. So what we did is we oriented all those balconies north and south, so they can only look north and south, and then put a screen on that west side so that they literally would have to climb out of the balcony and around to kind of veer and to see west. The trees would block their visibility, but I don't think at a 55-plus community we're going to have too many people doing that. We have agreed to put up an 8-foot wall along that boundary that Josh talked about, but that's only if the neighbors agree to it. At some point they want it, some point maybe they don't want it, because when you have a 6-foot wall and you have the morning breeze from the east coming through that orchard of trees, it cools it down. And so they're trying to weigh that. We've told them, if you want a 6-foot wall, we'll keep it. If you want a 8-foot wall, we'll do that. If you want a graduated wall from 8 feet that Lennar's going to build down to 7, down to 6, we'll do that. We'll do whatever you want us to do. So we'll continue to work with the neighbors on that. And as staff pointed out, we increased our parking from the original proposal up to 1.4, which is well above the ITE standard of 0.85 for this type of a community. We put together some line of sights to establish that and show people that your privacy won't be impacted by this project. They will be screened not only by the distance that we're away, but also the existing mature landscaping that exists along the west side. We also put together some line of sights going north to southern, to Sunland Village. We wanted to make sure that we wouldn't be looking into people's backyards across Southern Avenue from the front or the main entrance of this development across to the north. So at the end of the day, they put together really the biggest buffer that I've ever seen for a project. You have the 3.5-acre Killian property that is full of trees. You have the 100-foot orchard of trees in that area, and then the building's pushed back 185 feet, and then the building along Southern's pushed back 100 feet back there. So they've really kind of pushed everything back into the center of the site and over to the east as well. Now let's compare this project to the project that was reviewed and recommended for approval last month by LMC. This is a few less units than what LMC did. Our landscape buffer is a minimum of 100 feet there. Theirs ranged from 25 to 100 feet. We have a minimum of 4 to 6 rows of trees. They had 2 to 5 rows. Our setback to the nearest 2-story structure is 182 feet. LMC had a 100-foot setback. The setback to the nearest 3-story building on our project is 220, 230 feet. On the LMC project that was approved last month, it was 214 feet to the nearest 3-story structure. And again, we're agreeing to that fence that they want, if they should they so choose. This project also has the advantage of having access out to Southern as well as 48th Street, whereas LMC would only be off of 48th Street. The main access into this community would be directly off of Southern, and it is a gated community. So I'm just going to flip through those. The neighbors also wanted to see, so we hired a drone operator to come out and take photos of what they would see. And what we did is we flew the drone at the height of the building so that we could give a perspective of what you would see. So you see the blue star on the right. This is at the in that building looking north across Southern to Sunland Village, which is about 350 feet away. And so you can see the privacy is maintained across that arterial at 350 feet away. This is the next one. This is kind of central to the site, directly east of David Killian's home. This is what they would see if they looked directly west at the 3-story. And you can see that it would be screened not only by Mr. Killian's, David Killian's home, but also the existing landscaping, and you can see in the distance those homes west of Mr. Killian's property behind him. And so that would be the viewer perspective. Again, the drone's flying at the height of those buildings. This would be another point just a little bit south of that previous slide. Again, looking west at that location, you can see that point 4, you can see a little red balloon. I say little, it's not little. It's a balloon, a red star. That would be the height of what the 2-story structure would be, just to kind of get some perspective of what that would be. But this is internal to the site. This would be a view at the closest 2-story structure looking north. Because you remember we talked about having the screens so nobody can look west. This would be the view looking north across the seller's land. This would be a view looking west. You're not going to be able to from the south buildings, but we thought let's give a perspective of it anyway. Even though there's a screen blocking the view looking west, we took a picture of that, and you can see that the existing mature citrus trees provide a substantial amount of screening there today. With permission, we took a picture from the backyard of one of the homeowners in that area to see what they would see, and we floated those balloons at the height of the buildings. And as you can see, the drone is flying about 6 feet, and you can see what they will see. They will see dense, mature landscaping. You have that large existing mature tree that will screen much of the building. We floated the balloons. You just can't see the balloons in this picture. We also took the drone up to the 2nd-story window of a home and flew it at that level, and then viewed looking east. You can see the balloon under point 2. That would be the building at about, I think that's about 300 feet away is where you would see that one. Again, these aren't little balloons. These are big balloons. This would be a picture. We didn't go in somebody's backyard in the north because we didn't have permission, but right at the wall looking south towards the main entrance of the project. And you can see we will maintain we'll have a substantial amount of open space. And so let's now shift from the west side to Southern. And so we wanted to dress up Southern. We will have the most dense landscaping of any project along Southern as you go up east and west of this project, with 3 rows of citrus trees and a substantial setback. A main entrance into this community will be off of Southern, and so we've really heavily landscaped. That will be kind of our selling pitch. Welcome to this beautiful, wonderful community. This project, or this labels the setbacks from those homes north of Southern, on the other side of Southern, and how that will be, and you can see the setbacks labeled and how far away it will be. This is really a first-class project, and I can't stress that enough. Sparrow does high-end. This is not affordable housing. This is not Section 8. This is not low income. This is high-end, premium, 55-plus community. People live here because they want to. They live here because they choose to. A lot of people they find are in existing homes. You might have a couple that empty nesters that live in their existing home and a spouse dies and they don't want to be alone. And so they have a lot of residents who come move into this community. They'll sell their home. They'll secure that equity in their home, and then they'll come and move into this community to be in a community, to be with other people, to choose to live in this environment. This is very, very nice with a substantial amount of amenities and services and activities, things going on. This is a choice that people make because they want to be here. This is high-end. This is extremely nice and will be very nice. Sparrow not only builds, they design, they hold, they manage, and they want to do something first class because they will be with it for the long term. So with that, I think I've taken enough of your time. I think this is going to be an excellent project. We've met or exceeded all of the city code requirements for buffers and standards and design. We took it to the design review board. They liked the elevations. We've gone well above and beyond, I think, the call of duty in putting buffers together that I've never seen that big of a buffer. And they're buffers of not just distance, but existing mature landscaping that you rarely get to have. And so that will do a lot to buffer this community and make it compatible with what's going on. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Are there any questions for Mr. Lake right now? Okay, let's go to public comment. And I know it's been a long meeting tonight, so thank you to those from the public that are here to speak. Let's start with Elaine Botnan. Elaine, I think you probably figured out by now, come to the podium and give your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Oh, it shouldn't take that long. Oh, can I pull this down?
Yes, you sure can.
Okay. My name is Elaine Botnan, and I want to thank you for letting me speak this evening. I've written it down because off the top of my head, I'd be here longer than 3 minutes. A year ago, I purchased a home in Sunland Village on Flossmoor Circle, which unfortunately backs onto East Southern Avenue. Now, those of us who live on Flossmoor Circle have found that there is to be a 3-story, 55-plus apartment building constructed on the property across the road from us in the Citrus Grove. While we understand that the only thing constant is change, we feel a bit like the people in the Middle Ages when the warlords and barons would build a fortified castle on the hill behind the village, and then hope the folk living in the village would not notice. This 3-story apartment building known as Sparrow Greenfield will have quite an impact on the whole area. There are only 1- and 2-story single-family homes in this area, and that is what the zoning for this area currently is listed as. It will spoil the landscape of the area and stand out like a sore thumb. If there is no way we can stop the construction of this building, and thus the rezoning thereof, please bring it down to 2 stories. There is going to be a dangerous influx of traffic with the entrance plan for Southern Avenue. Also, 3-story buildings will require more parking spaces than is currently planned. We just feel this project has not been thought through from all angles, and especially how it will affect the existing homes in the vicinity. This area would be perfect for single-family custom homes since there is a school so close by. Honestly, this area does not need another 55-plus community. There are more than enough right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Janice Luke.
Hi, I'm Janice Luke, and I live at 1350 South Greenfield. I want to know how many multi-story apartment buildings or homes are in the middle of neighborhoods in Mesa, and there's not. The one that you're referring to, Mr. Lake, the 4-story is on Greenfield and Broadway, and it's on a corner. It's not in the middle of a neighborhood. Why is this going to be allowed to be any different? You know, why are we sticking it in the middle of a neighborhood? I understand that getting taxes from these properties is most likely very beneficial to the city, but I think families who want to bring their families and, have their families put down roots and raise them here is a much greater, better investment for our community. Building multi-story apartments rather than single-family homes is pushing families to Gilbert, Santan, Queen Creek. There's not houses here for them to buy. I understand the Killians' desire to get the most money out of their property. Totally understand it, and good for them. I understand the developers wanting to get the most money out of their investments. Makes total sense. However, the homeowners surrounding the farm have invested time, effort, and money in their properties. Their homes were purchased knowing that there was a farm in their neighborhood, and that if it left, it was zoned for single-family homes. This should not change for somebody else's gain. The developer's gain, the landowner's gain, should not supersede the rest of the homeowners, their property values, and their lifestyle, because it will. That doesn't even take into effect the saturation of people, cars, and pollution that's going to be added with the ones you've already approved, and then these. The citizens, the neighbors, we're citizens of Mesa. We pay taxes, and our rights and our homes should be valued just as much as developers' interests and the homeowners' interests. So I think that the changing of the zoning would be a big disservice to the neighbors and the neighborhood. Thank you very much, and thanks for your service.
Thank you for your comments. Looks like Colleen Olson.
I'm Colleen Olson, and I live just across the fence from the Killians. And this does affect us. And I spoke last month. And I am for single-family homes and stable neighborhoods. And if you look at our area there's 4 parts. 1, 2, 3 are all homes that came from Killian property. And all that's left is the 4th one that's the Killian farm. And I still would like to see single-family homes. I am not for apartments. And I would like to say, I have a beautiful grapefruit tree on my property that was part of the Killian farm. And if you're going to take that irrigation from David's, would you please send it down to my house? Because my bill is $500 a month for my citrus. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll let Mr. Lake respond to that. Okay, Carolyn Hubbard is next.
First of all, I have some petitions here waiting for you. I didn't know that there were 2
Come to the microphone and start off.
Is there 2 entrances? I thought there was only 1.
Are there 2 what?
Outlets to go in and out of Sparrow.
Yes, there's an exit onto Southern, and then there's an exit onto 48th Street.
Where is it on Southern?
It's
just east of Mr. Killian's driveway.
Okay, well, nobody told us, and we didn't see all these him coming and talking to our neighborhoods. We didn't have that.
Let me have you start with your
I'm
name
sorry,
and
I'm
your name and your
4635.
address.
Okay, I'm Carolyn Hubbard. I'm 4635 East Florian Avenue. It's just, I was really surprised when they talked because it wasn't what we had heard. We heard that they didn't have enough parking places and they were going to use the church for the parking overflow. I don't know if they've asked the church. And I thought at the first there was only 1 outlet, which is only on 48th Street. And We're going to have the churches on Sunday. There's 3 congregations that go there. They have activities on the week, during the week, and then all those people coming out there. So I'm glad you got another one. But we need to have a light there, because in the morning and in the afternoon, the school's there, and the parents, it's a charter school, so they don't have a bus. And they have people down the street, all the way to 48th Street, and no light. I just can see an accident happening there so bad. Having older people, we just don't see it as well. And to try and look over past them, and when people come to the school, they have to go slow, and then they speed up. There's going to be an accident there, I guarantee you. And then it could be a really bad one, and it could go right into a mother and her children waiting for school. I think there's a lot of blood there that I don't want to be part of it, and that's why I'm here. And we would really like to have it zoned for what it is now, because when the people in Sunny Mesa went there, they said it was going to be Sunny Mesa 2, and now they changed it, and that's a big change from high rise. And everybody says they want 2 stories. They don't want 3. And it's good, and they send out the notices during election time. When my husband comes in, I said, don't give me the mail. There's so much. Everybody wants money. People are throwing it away. And they also did it before the winter visitors came, so they haven't had an opportunity to know what's going on. And I feel like this has been rushed too fast, because we only had it on 12, and on the, there was a 12th, 18th, and now. And I think the 18th was canceled because the school was out. I don't know. But I haven't seen any neighborhood get-togethers over there, and I'm afraid it might affect our property values. But I'm more really, really concerned about the safety of all those people coming out of Southern and by the school and the church.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair and board members, so this petition was passed to staff, and I'm going to pass this over to the board, but if we could receive this back. It looks like they may be wanting to pursue a legal petition, so staff and our city attorney is willing to look into this further and get what this is.
Okay, and we had a petition, there was a petition submitted earlier when I think the project was a 4-story project at that time. Is this a different petition?
Yes, this looks like a new one.
Yeah, to get rid of it. I had 8 seconds. I forgot. Can I just give my 8 seconds when you have time? Okay, I heard that Shelley Allen has made arrangements with one of the Carol Killian, that she's going to pass this for her. And if that's the case, she should recuse herself, like Mr. Pitcher.
We'll address that issue a little bit later. Let's finish with our public comment. Lana Dalton.
My name is Lana Dalton. I live at 4661 East Garnet Circle, and I'm one of the 2 houses just on the other side of the fence on the west. I was born and raised in Mesa, Arizona. I love this city. I've lived in my home in Sunny Mesa, just south of Southern, between Greenfield and Higley, for the past 32 years. It is a wonderful place to live. Sunland Village is across the street on the north side of Southern, another great community with 55 plus neighbors. I've seen the development of the Killian land over 30 years, and they have made a tremendous contribution to the city of Mesa. The problems I have with this Sparrow Greenfield project are that there are already way too many apartments in this area. There's a huge 55-plus community on the north side of Southern, Sunland Village. There are only 1- and 2-story buildings on Southern between Greenfield and Higley. A 3-story building would be completely out of place. Architecture is too modern compared to the surrounding suburban area. It looks like a hospital in a suburban area. Custom homes would be ideal for this gem of a property, which has been the Killian Farm. There would be no need to change the zoning, no need to add a stop light at 48th Street on Southern. The traffic and parking would be manageable, and homes would be owned by Mesa voters whose children could walk to school. That being said, if the zoning changes, I would be okay with the proposed Sparrow Greenfield project if it were only 2 stories high and the architecture was more in harmony with the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so I have a comment card from David Tantalian, it looks like, who says he's opposed to this item but doesn't indicate on here whether he wants to speak or not. Would you want to speak? Please come on up.
My name is David Tantalian. I live at 4721 East Harmony Circle on Sunny Mesa. I forwarded an email to the board and to staff on October 12th. I never received an answer if you guys received it or not, stating my position on this. I find it very hard that I put the time and effort into something and it's never even acknowledged. You know, I purchased the land from Max Killian in 1990, and I spoke with him of what his intention were for Sunny Mesa 2, which was the property that we're discussing now. So even though you're saying that it's in his interest that this was set up that way, I'm sorry. He stated from the beginning that it was going to be custom homes. When I bought the land, he made it very clear, not like we've been hearing from all our neighbors, you know. So we opposed at this basically not only because of the changing of the zoning, but also because of the traffic issues. When I spoke on the previous apartment complex that was approved by you guys, Mr. Peterson, you asked to staff to give you an indication if they have done a study in the area. They danced around. They never answered you directly if a study had been done in the last 5 years. We had many accidents on homes in Hampton. I'm a civil engineer. I'm familiar with what it takes to do a study. It would be nice that that would be done because of all the kids that walk to school. I don't have any kids. All my kids are old. But I want to make it very clear to the staff. Are you willing to live with one accident that a kid dies because a study is not done? And you're going to push for approval without doing a study. Now you're talking you're going to have traffic coming in for Saturn, for all those apartments, and from 48th Street for the other apartments, plus the church, you know? And no studies being done? Come on, you know? We need to look at everything more completely. When I send you the email, I show you all the apartments on the surrounding areas, all the units that each apartment had. You know, you're looking only at this little area with the apartments behind us and the apartments in front of us that they're proposing. You're not looking at each corner in the 1 square mile around it. We need to look at everything more globally. As an engineer, I look at it that way all the time. So that's why I'm opposing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so we've got 2 more comment cards from folks who state that they don't want to speak, but I'll go ahead and ask Vice Chair Ayers to read those into the record.
Okay. Our first is from Linda Vassler, and her comments are, keep our zoning R35.
That's the wrong case. On the next case.
Give me the wrong.
Did I give you the wrong ones? 2217. Oh, we've got the wrong number on them.
265.
The wrong, so yeah. So, okay, next case, and then.
This one's good.
Is that one good? Okay.
Attack family,
We
is that one right?
strive for perfection, but sometimes we fall short, so.
I was directed the wrong way. All right, so this is from the Tackett family. So we are opposed to the project. We live adjacent to the proposed project. The project does not add value to our community. We are saturated with apartments and retirement living. Please vote no to this proposal. Please hear the voice of the people who live in the community.
Okay, so that's all of the speaker cards that we have. So we'll go ahead and ask Mr. Lake to come back up. And then I think Board Member Peterson is going to want to hear a little bit from about our traffic engineer for Mesa on this. So, Mr. Lake?
First off, I've appreciated hearing from from all of the neighbors. And I want to compliment all of them on being very polite, cordial, and friendly. This is not the typical zoning case where it gets adversarial. This has been very polite and nice and kind, and they've been very good people. So I wanted to say that first and foremost. I'm trying to recall from my recollection some of the buildings that are in this general area. You've got Sunland Village to the north, and I know they reference those 3 4-story apartment buildings there on the corner, but my recollection, you got a Burger King on the corner, on the southeast corner, and then you have residential that is, I think, single-story residential, and then east of the Burger King, east of the residential, then you have those 3 4-story structures. So to say it's out on the corner, it's different. No, that is in the middle, because then directly east of that, you also, I think, have patio homes or townhomes. So it is within that community. My other recollection at Southern and Higley, I represented Stone Canyon at Southern and Higley that has a commercial shopping center on the corner with Stone Canyon wrapping the shopping center, and then single-family homes wrapping those 3-story apartments there. So to say that there isn't anything, I guess if you constrain the circle small enough, yes, there isn't anything. But if you look in the general area, less than a mile of this site, and you draw a circle, there are quite a few structures this tall. So this is very consistent, not to mention the project directly to the south, which is 3 stories as well, that was approved or recommended for approval last month. As far as the traffic issue goes, we have had several discussions and meetings. This has been routed several times to the Transportation Department. There is more than enough capacity on Southern. That was addressed at the last month with the Emblem project, and I think that still stands because that included this project as well as far as that. So I think the traffic issue has been addressed. Our benefit is that we do have access both onto Southern and 48th Street as well, so that traffic can be dispersed. Other than that, we think we've done a great job with this project. This property is not zoned SF15 like Sunny Mesa. I don't believe there were representations to that matter. The Emblem piece to the south had a portion that was SF15. This is all acre lots and has been that way since, I think, the beginning of zoning in the county. So we think this is a great project. We've buffered it. We've done as much as we can. The bigger buffers than I've ever seen before. I'd hate to have this set the precedent for all future multifamily cases because I don't think it can. Other projects can meet this type of buffer, but for this project, Sparrow's willing to do it because they want to try to work with the neighbors and have it be a good neighbor. And so with that, we would request your support of the project. Thank you.
Let me just ask you to address the comment on parking and the adequacy of parking.
There, absolutely. I think that's a misunderstanding. We have never thought or needed parking from the church. We haven't talked to the church. We are not going to be parking in the church parking lot. We have more parking than we have in any. Sparrow has 7 communities. They have many communities around the nation. It's pretty consistent. They have more parking at this project than any other community that they have. Typically, they're about 1.3 parking spaces. We're at 1.4 here. We went through and added more parking. The ITE manual, for those that are familiar with it, recommends 0.85. We're typically, for these type of projects, around 1.2 to 1.3 to make sure that we have sufficient parking for the project.
All right, are there questions for Mr. Lake? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Rachel, can we hear from our streets?
Yeah, Chair. I think
Representative
Ryan is
Ryan?
heading up to the podium here.
Ryan, welcome back. If you wouldn't mind addressing the comments about the age of the traffic studies that have been done and your current perspective on the traffic situation on Southern?
Sure, Chair and board members. For studies that have been done in the area, we collect data on Southern Avenue on a regular basis. It's an arterial street in our network, and we continually collect average daily traffic volumes along that corridor on a biannual basis. So we do have data, and we do monitor our whole entire street network system. Now, a study particularly for that intersection, now I can't speak to any studies that have been done because really all that's been on the south side of that intersection on 48th Street is a church, and it's a dead-end, street network that doesn't go anywhere. And to the north, it feeds into Sunland Springs Village, and nothing recent has been, requested or studied for anything applicable to a traffic signal. Hopefully that at least starts the conversation and starts to answer some questions, but I'd be happy to answer any more.
Board Member Peterson, do you have any questions for Ryan?
Yeah, I think you addressed it with just the timing of whether or not it's called a formal study or the traffic information. And then to the last month we talked about the capacities and the analysis, and just wanted to confirm that your analysis and determination that the 48th Street and Southern does not warrant a traffic signal right now included both the Lennar community and this one as part of a overall analysis in doing that.
Sure. Mr. Chair, Board Member Peterson, yes, I would agree with that still, with that statement. With what's projected to be generated from the two sites that will be off of 48th Street, given the fact that 48th Street's not connecting to Pierpont, which ultimately goes over the bridge, over the US 60. Given that it's really just serving these two communities and the church, and the anticipated trips that will be generated to and from these sites, the patterns associated with the particular sites, a traffic signal is not anticipated to be warranted at this time.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any other questions from members of the board?
I have just 8 seconds.
You know, we've closed the public comment, so I think we're going to move on to our discussion as a board on this item.
Okay, well, the 4 stories is different in Sunland Village in there.
Okay. All right. So staff, anything that you'd like to address that we haven't covered on this item?
Chair, no, not unless you have any other questions for staff.
I have a question for the city attorney, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Board Member Allen.
And my question to the city attorney is, evidently it was insinuated that I made some type of an agreement about this project. And I never made any type of an agreement with anybody. But I do know the Killian family. I've known them for years. But if I ever, I voted for and against projects where I knew people. And so I don't know that there's any controversy because I know them. Do I need to recuse myself for something, just knowing the people?
Board Member Allen, the statute says that if you or a relative have an interest in a decision, that you should refrain from participation in that decision. And we also advise that you refrain from participating in any decision if it gives the appearance of a conflict. So that would be my advice to you. Knowing the Killian family based on that information, I'm not sure that you would need to declare a conflict on this case.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
All right. So Board Member Allen, you're comfortable moving forward. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I am as well, based on those comments. Okay, is there any further discussion on this item? I'm not seeing any.
Are we just doing internal now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we've heard about the previous case and went through that whole discussion, and now we're hearing at the northern site. I think this, especially seeing those drone photos, was really helpful, and seeing the view sheds and how that works. I know we had discussions also about what happens if it ever decides to change from 55 plus, and it's going to have to go through a bunch of other reviews on that and review if it ever happened. But right now it is for 55 plus and parked accordingly. I think they've done a great job accommodating the buffers and setbacks and stepping back. I think everybody seems to want the single-family residential, but I do feel we need to diversify and have availability. I mean, some of the people who are moving out of the single family are likely to move into these as they age. So it's just going to be a natural trend. I don't feel like people you're going to get, I think you're going to get a lot of people from Mesa who have lived here and have their roots here and their family here are going to be moving here. So I think that this is an appropriate, and they're doing a great transition. And with regards to the traffic, I think that's a constant thing. I mean, we've said it again and again and again over lots of meetings. So I feel like the city is going to be under constant scrutiny with that and looking at future studies as these develop and get occupied. So I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from board members?
I think, just to add a little bit to that, I agree with pretty much everything you just said. And a good example is this is the parking needs, would need to practically double if this moved out of a 55-plus community, which will not fit on that site. So that's very unrealistic. However, I will say I still am somewhat concerned about the traffic. Having been in that area, having been there going to buy beef in that area during school, this is something that's, I think, going to warrant the city to look at a little bit more specifically. So I'm in support of it because I agree with everything that you said, but I do think that the traffic is going to be something that needs to be paid attention to moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's some concerns. Board Member Peterson, anything? Board Member Montez? Okay. All right, well, I will entertain a motion if there is one on this item.
I'll move to approve item 4B, ZON 22-00265, District 2, within the 1,200 to 1,300 blocks of South 48th Street, the 4,700 to 4,800 blocks of East Southern Avenue, and within the 4,800 to 4,900 blocks of East Hampton Avenue, located east of Greenfield Road and south of Southern Avenue, rezoned from single residence 43 and single residence 15 to multiple residence 4 with a planned area development overlay and site plan review. This request will allow for a multiple residence development. Recommendation is for approval with conditions.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. And Board Member Allen, how are you voting on this?
Yes.
Okay, so with Board Member Pitcher recused on this item, it passes with 6 ayes and no noes and 1 recused. So thank you.
Okay, Chair, board members, the last item on the agenda for tonight is item 4C, which is ZON 22-000671. And Sean will be making that presentation.
Pictures of my cow. I get old. I'm gonna move there. I think it looks nice.
I think the buffers are beyond generous. They're pretty ridiculous.
Okay.
And
Oh, yeah.
Chair, for this next item, it looks like we're having some issues with the voting machine. So if we could do a roll call vote, because it's not showing up on these screens.
Do we need to do that for the one we just voted on, or?
Yes, if you could do a roll call vote for the last one, you don't need to reread everything. The public who's watching can't see what the vote is unless it shows up on the screen.
Okay, so this is item 4B on the agenda, and so I will call the roll. Chair Crockett votes aye. Vice Chair Ayers?
Aye.
Board Member Allen?
Aye.
Board Member Sarkisian?
Aye.
Board Member Peterson?
Yes.
Board Member Pitcher is recused. Board Member Montez?
Aye.
Okay, so again, by a vote of 6 ayes, no noes, and Board Member Pitcher recused, this item is passed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members of the board. This is case ZON 22-00671. This request is a rezone and site plan review for multiple residence development. The location is on the north of Brown Road, on the east side of Power Road. It's also on the south side of Hobart Street, and then on the north and south sides of Halifax Drive, as shown on the vicinity map. The surrounding zoning to the east is RS 35. There's also a parcel that's zoned RS 15 south, and then RS 9 to the west across Power Road. The general plan character area designation for the site is neighborhood. Neighborhood is intended to provide safe places for people to live per the general plan. It also calls for a diversity of housing types, including multiple residents. RM2, which is the requested zoning, is listed as a primary zoning district in the neighborhood character area, and multiple residents is also listed as a primary land use. Some form of guideline from the general.
It's been too long.
Yeah. Great, let me. Yeah. All right, let me call the meeting back to order here. I think we've addressed our technical difficulties, so apologies for the delay, but go ahead, Sean.
Thank you, Chair. So as I think I was saying, the request also adheres to the required building form standards in the general plan for the neighborhood character area. It talks about having building heights between 1 and 2 stories with 3 stories along arterial streets, and then having a density between 2 and 12 dwelling units per acre. And as I'll discuss in a few minutes, the proposed density is just over 10 dwelling units per acre, and most of the buildings are either 1 or 2 story. The 3-story buildings are either along Power Road frontage or a portion of Hobart Street frontage. So the existing zoning on the site is RS 35, single residence, and then commercial office. And the proposed zoning district is multiple residence 2 with a planned area development overlay. And this is a photo looking into the property from Power Road. And then this is a photo looking into the site from Halifax Drive. So the site plan, 61 units are proposed, again, just over 12 dwelling units per acre, 1 to 3 story buildings. I've outlined the 1-story buildings for you in green, the 2-story in blue, and then the 3-story in gray. There's a centralized amenity space as well with a clubhouse, covered seating, and pool. Primary access is from Hobart Street. There's an exit-only gate onto Halifax Drive, and then an exit-only gate onto Power Road. I do want to make a correction for the record. I know in this presentation in the staff report, I mentioned 145 parking spaces provided. That number was based on a previous iteration of the site plan. The true number, and this was just confirmed actually, is 138 spaces, and that still exceeds the Mesa zoning ordinance requirement. So the actual ratio right now is 2.25 spaces per unit, and the code requirement is 2.1 spaces per unit. So this is an image of the landscape plan. And I know it's hard to see on the presentation, but there's a 25-foot landscape buffer provided along the east property line. There's landscaping along all street frontages as well. And the plant palette is consistent with what we see in the desert Southwest. So the PAD request is for setbacks, landscape yards, building separation, and parking setbacks. So there's a reduction along Power Road. The requirement is 30 feet. The proposed building setback is 20 feet. And that's measured from property line. For the required landscape yard width, there's a reduction on the south side for units 1 through 3. And that's a reduction from 25 feet to 23 feet 9 inches. And then the street side along Power Road, 30 feet to 14 feet. And then for minimum building separation, the request is 10 feet for all buildings, and the parking setback is 11 feet. So there was no design review required per section 1172.1 of the Mesa zoning ordinance, but staff reviewed the elevations and found they comply with the design standards for residential in section 1155 of the Mesa zoning ordinance, including massing, building entrances, material percentages, and access and circulation. The property owner, the applicant notified all property owners within 1,000 feet, HOAs and registered neighborhoods. 2 in-person meetings were held, and some of the concerns raised by the neighborhood, adjacent neighborhood include proposed density being too high, traffic congestion on the surrounding streets, 3-story buildings adjacent to single residential zoning, not enough on-site parking and overflow parking on adjacent streets, and then visibility into the surrounding properties. And staff was also contacted by 11 adjacent property owners as well, and that was included in the exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 4.1. So overall, staff finds the request complies with the general plan and the criteria for a planned area development overlay in Chapter 22 and meets the review criteria for site plan in 1169.5. And our recommendation is approval with conditions. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I also have Ryan here to answer any traffic-related questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Sean on this one? Board Member Peterson, please.
Sean, on the site, there's power lines that crisscross the site. So I'm not counting the ones on power, which are bigger, but the other ones. Do you know if those power poles do those stay there? Do they get undergrounded, or what the situation is with those with the development?
Chair, Board Member Peterson, I know we have a requirement to underground utility lines. I'm not familiar with the ones that run north to south. I do know that there's no impact to the power lines along the power road frontage. But perhaps Sean may be able to answer that question.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, and
yeah, sorry, one more question.
Oh, yeah, please.
Yeah, so in the staff report on the justification for the PAD, it's community open space and higher-end recreational facilities. For the larger part of the project, I see that the little part that's south of Halifax is isolated a little bit. Are there any amenities per se for that part, or do they? I get they probably have rights to get to the other one, but is there anything for specific to those units there that's other than going across the street?
Chair, Board Member Peterson, good question. That was something that we looked at with the applicant early on, is making sure that an amenity space was provided in that southern portion. Due to the size and the number of units proposed, it was hard to get something that met our setback requirements. And we also wanted to be considerate to the adjacent single residence property owners. But I believe there is perhaps like a Ramada covered seating area with some decorative paving in that southwest corner. Yep. Southeast corner.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's hear from the applicant. Mr. Lake?
Nope. We have the same name, so this works. All right, my name is Sean Lake, 1744 South Val Vista, here on behalf of the property owner with this property. I would say this is probably the longest running project I have worked on in my career, in working with these property owners to try to get something to work on this property. We think we have a great proposal before the board this evening, and that's what I'm here to present, and so we appreciate the opportunity to be here. First off, Mr. Peterson, before I get into my presentation, we're happy to work with the staff to incorporate some more amenities on that south property. There would be an area that we've identified. There's units that back up to the fire station, and just east of those units, there's an open space area where we have some turf and benches and other areas that we can work to try to incorporate some more amenities in that area as well. And so we can certainly work on doing that, and we'd be willing to do that as well. So we have some open space in there to put some amenities in that area. But let me kind of get started. As many of you are familiar with this site, it is located along Power Road between Halifax and Hobart. It is directly south of, I believe it's the Love of Christ Lutheran Church, where we held 2 neighborhood meetings at that church. We've appreciated their willingness to work with us to hold neighborhood meetings at their community center, a beautiful church, a great facility. The project before you this evening is a townhome project, and we've brought forward several different types of uses on this land over the many years. We think this is a good, compatible land use. We think this works on this location. We think it's something that will benefit the community and people will like to see. It's a really challenging, difficult site. As you drive up and down Power Road, and I've been driving down Power Road for going on probably 50 years. My father worked out in this area, and so when it was Bush Highway, as Power Road has developed over the years, you have some of these remnant leftover sites that just haven't developed for decades and decades and decades, and you've seen things built and decline and rebuilt and decline. And this property has remained vacant for a long time and really hasn't developed. These property owners now are trying to do something that is we believe is a good land use of the property. It's compatible with the adjacent neighborhood. It's similar to what we've seen type of density next to other single-family residential developments, and we'll walk through and talk about this. The proposal is for a townhome project called the Jackson that has a substantial amount of amenities. It's a proposal for 61 townhomes. As the board pointed out, it has a large amount of amenities on that north side with a clubhouse and a pool and barbecue areas. And they would have townhomes that range in size from about 1,400 to 2,500 square feet. Parking was brought up by the neighbors as a concern, and Sean also brought up, we do exceed the code on the parking. These units have garages, they have driveways, and then we do have guest visitor parking as well as resident parking on the site. So we do exceed the code at 2.25 spaces with a total amount of open space of about 47% of the project. Now here's kind of a closer up version of the amenities. We tried to put the amenities in key locations to act on not only as a buffer, but an open space area centralized to the residents who live within this community. Let me go back a space so you can see where that is. The common area amenities would be here, and I'm going to walk through the different units in just a second, but the common area amenities is really centralized. And the south property that Mr. Board Member Peterson pointed out will have access to all of those amenities walking across, but we do understand that position of, hey, can you add something more to that south as amenities, and we certainly will work with staff to do that. We've provided some elevations. These are townhomes. They're both 1, 2, and 3-story townhomes strategically located on the site to address really the proximity. We're really sandwiched between large lots on the east and Power Road to the west, which is the busiest road in the city of Mesa, a church on the north, and the future fire station on the south. So it's a unique site that has a lot of different uses going on around this infill piece of property as the property around it has developed and has been developed many, many, many years ago. Here's an internal look at what those internal townhomes would look like. These would be the 2-story ones that we're going to talk about in just a second and where they're located. We think very attractive, a very good design project. These would be the 3-story units that would be located along Power Road, internal to the site where we buffer with other open space amenities and other buildings as well. But these would be along Power Road, again, a very busy arterial in the city of Mesa. So in meeting with the neighbors, we had multiple neighborhood meetings and meeting in their homes and in the church. We identified a lot of different concerns, but I wanted to focus and narrow down on some of the main concerns that we heard from the neighborhood. The buildings were too tall next to the neighbors. The parking wasn't enough. There just wasn't enough parking provided. It's just too dense. It's just too dense, Sean. If you do some large lots or single-family homes, we could support it, but it's just too dense. And that really is a difficult ask for this type of an infill piece of property. And then there was some discussion about street access and just a general opposition for the project and the rezoning of the property. So what we did is we wanted to address the compatibility issue first. And this really is just going on the city's zoning map and driving in and around the area. And we looked up and down Power Road from Lascendis down to Superstition Springs and found 13 examples of RM2 zoned townhome, patio home properties that had been built next to RS zoning districts along Power Road. Now, that's not the whole city. That's just kind of this East Power Road corridor. And we found them next to R35, RU43, a county development, RS15, RS9, RS7, and RS6. So there have been RM2 projects developed next to single-family homes. We think it is a good compatible use. When I go into what we've done in the design to make it more compatible, so it's not inconsistent with what we've done in the city of Mesa as development has occurred over the many, many decades. So let's talk about the plan. In the first neighborhood meeting, we had taller buildings. And so what we did is along that east side area outlined in red, we made these units single story. These will be little cottages or single story bungalows along that north side. We also increased the landscape setback along that north side next to those single family to 25 feet exceeding the code to try to buffer the residential directly to the east. Now keep in mind to the left here is Hobart and the church. So this property kind of aligns with the property ownership of the Word of Grace, or the Love of Christ Lutheran Church. And so that's the depth along Hobart that really aligns with it. We designed a project where the main access is off of Hobart. We've also taken, and I'll point it here with my arrow right here, this would be the main access in and out of this gated community. That driveway alignment was aligned with the church main access, ingress and egress point, so that we wouldn't have a driveway across from somebody else's home or neighborhood that would cause a conflict. We tried to create something else where we wouldn't have an inconsistent traffic pattern or something that would be detrimental to adjacent property owners. Here's a view of what that north would look. Again, we would have that landscape setback with single-story homes and working on what that neighbor on our east side would be looking towards. In addition to that, the north single-story homes, we worked to take these units here and side them onto the homes that back up to this property, the back of those homes. So we have units that side onto it. We have a 25-foot landscape strip there, and then those units would all be two-story townhomes in that location with the open space, common area, and amenities so that we could minimize the units that would side onto adjacent homes. And so really you're going to have one unit side on, 3 units siding onto 2 lots there. The rest would be open space, landscape, common area, and amenity in that location. We also, along this area here, we made these two-story as well. Even though they're backing up onto Power Road or fronting onto Power Road, we put these units as two-story because it was adjacent to a home at this location here. We didn't want to put 3-story where there might be some privacy issues or looking, so we put 2-story units along that area, and then again along here made these all 2-story units with landscape and open space that Sean, we're going to get confused with Sean here. I'm not going to refer to myself in the third person, the other Sean. But we have the landscaping along the eastern side of this building, along here, all of which is a minimum of 25 feet of landscaping and working to put oversized landscaping in that area. You'll notice that we've designed it so that no patios or balconies will be overlooking any of the neighbors. The patios, these won't have, they'll have single-story patios, so you walk out ground floor, but you'll have a wall that we'll build, so there's really no privacy issues here. But there's really no patios or balconies on these units that they would look to the north or to the east and to the west. There's no patios or balconies that would be looking to the south into anybody's backyard at that location. Likewise, these would be the garages of these units, and so there would be no patios or balconies where people can interfere on somebody's privacy. As part of the project, we'll be also be incorporating a 6-foot wall around the perimeter. You can see that on this exhibit. That would be along the east, the south, the east, and again, south side adjacent to the fire station as you kind of work your way around the site, as well as other view fences and other privacy walls that will be internal to the project. But primarily, we'll be building a new wall along the property line where the residential is. That's kind of a quick overview of the project. We've tried to design it to buffer the neighbors, to be compatible with the neighbors, to protect their privacy. The height of these structures will not exceed 30 feet. And so if you think about a single-family residential neighborhood, in the home that I live in my lot, I can build up to 30 feet in a single-family residential neighborhood. So we tried to keep the height of these buildings down to be the same thing, to be under 30 feet as well. So we're not asking for any height elevation or higher than what you could already do in a single-family residential district to begin with. And so we've tried to keep that height down. And then the third story, we pushed up against Power Road. We don't think people driving up and down Power Road will have concerns with those structures along Power Road. So we think this is a well-designed project. We think this is, can't remember what attempt this is, but we think this is something that can work on this property, this difficult and challenging piece of property to develop that hasn't developed for many, 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 many decades and will work. We think it will be an asset and will be beneficial to this area. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions and request your support. We agree with all of staff's conditions of approval, as well as adding amenities on that south lot.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lake. Do we have questions of the applicant? Board Member Peterson.
I'd ask Sean, planner Sean, as far as the power lines go, the cut through the middle of the larger piece, do those get removed or undergrounded or?
Anything under 69 kV has to be undergrounded or removed. We can't interrupt power of existing residential that's there, but we may have to underground or reroute those lines. And then they're undergrounded if they're 69. I'm thinking the ones you're thinking about, I think, are under 69 kV because the 69s are out on power. But the ones that run through the site, I believe, are less than that. And so as part of construction, those would have to be put underground.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Board Member Pitcher.
This is a question to Sean, the attorney. Are these going to be for rent, or are these going to be for ownership, or has the decision been made yet?
Right now, the owners are evaluating both. Many months ago, we were definitely thinking ownership, interest rates. I mean, we started this several months ago in designing this project. Interest rates have gone to 7%. But we still think these are within the realm of attainable. These are not affordable housing. Don't take what I said. These are attainable housing and people could buy these. But because it's such a small project, we have that flexibility to do both. This is not a project that's owned by a Heinz or a Sparrow or a Lennar. It's just too small. There's not enough units for the big players to get involved. This is a small local developer who would do this. And so right now, we like the idea of for sale, but we might do for rent based upon how the economy plays out over the next couple of years.
Sean, are you platting and metering these
We
separately?
will be platting, but we haven't submitted a plat because we couldn't get it in time, but we will be working on a plat.
All right. Any other questions? All right. That's good for now.
Thank you.
We'll be back to you after our public comment. Let's go ahead and have our public comment now. I've got a handful of blue cards, so we'll start making our way through. The first one I have is Craig Vossler. So Craig, state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
You bet. I'm glad I got to go first because I've been working on these properties longer than Mr. Lake. When they rezoned in '07, okay, I was in favor of commercial office buildings. So this is zoning. This is a case all about zoning. Duh. In fact, we were here 1 year ago today, October the 26th, or 27th, excuse me, for a rezoning of the same property so a permanent food truck park could be built under neighborhood commercial. Prior to that, it was a rezoning attempt at infill development 1 or ID 1 for a multi-story self-storage buildings on the 2 original acres on both sides of Halifax. And prior to that, it was the office commercial. Then the greatest recession came along, and we're probably headed into another one now. And I've already heard that residential is already in the recession. So now the applicant wants another rezoning of RM2 PAD to force 20 buildings onto about 6 acres. The neighborhood wants just a little better transition and fit to the already 37 homes, all of which stand on 1 acre or more, and in some cases have been there for as many as 50 years. Building 20 structures, the majority of which are 2 and 3 stories tall, doesn't work at the entrance to this horseshoe-shaped community. We are not against new housing, but we do balk at the size and density of this proposal, as well as the feeling of it being forced upon us. This is not a 270-acre dairy farm where they're going to clear out the muck and build commercial office buildings. This is our neighborhood. And just because the city's zoning district standards allow for a project like this doesn't mean it has to be approved. You, the board, have the authority to say no. Try it again, it doesn't fit. There's nothing less than RS9 in this area, and those that are RS9 right across the street, if you look at the county assessor, they have about 34,000 square feet lots. How did that happen? So we'd be real happy with RS9, RS15, something like that. So additionally, we feel the RM2 zoning allows for the possibility of multiple uses other than multiple residence housing. And I think that's under Chapter 5, Table 11-5-2. The PAD request only makes it easier for the project to cram these buildings together to achieve 47% open space. Think about it. Half the space of 6 acres, open space. What does that mean? That means they're cramming 20 buildings onto 4 acres, 3 acres. That doesn't benefit us. It's funny, I just watched a 40-minute Zoom-type meeting from July 26 involving the same applicant, Mr. John Gillespie with Pugh and Lake, the same city planner, Sean Pesek, and an architect who previously served on this board. And I would recommend you all watch it. It has to do with pre-submittal 22-00734. And it was a similar proposal, only in the pre-submittal stage. And that's at the northwest corner of Meridian and Southern Avenue, right where it turns into Pinal County. So in that video conversation, here's the concerns I heard that were surfaced. How are the neighbors who live to the north, how are they going to respond to 3-story buildings? Garage sizes, 20 by 20, is that right? Parking of large F-250 pickup trucks. Right-of-ways, that corner of Meridian. We all know Meridian's not an improved north-south street. Setbacks, garbage sites, I don't know. I don't know where it ends. But I do know that in our general area, there are no 3-story townhomes.
Mr. Vossler, can I ask you to...
I'm wrapping it up on my last page here. And I will repeat a sentence from a year ago when our opposition to the food truck zoning case was defeated on a 4-3 vote. 4-3 by this board. When do the little guys win one? Okay, Mr. Lake's what, 3 for 3 tonight?
Not yet.
We ask that you don't approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Patricia Vinisnik.
I would like to give my 3 minutes to Kevin Vinisnik.
To Kevin, okay.
He has a card.
All right, Kevin, come on up and state your name and address for the record.
Kevin Vinisnik, 6903 East Hobart Street.
So neighbors are complaining about density, but this is not really about density per se, but what they need to do to get that density into that. To demonstrate that, I'm going to refer to some of the documents that Sean, the lawyer, has submitted on behalf of this case, which demonstrates that they're basically giving the appearance of working to accommodate the neighbors while not really trying to do so because it compromises their density too much. I'll start with the first meeting, neighborhood meeting, and the summary they have for that, where they talk about opposition to multi-story buildings in the summary, but then they have all these bulleted items that they address. Well, that's not addressed in the bulleted items. They did make the accommodation next to my mom's property to go down to 1 story, but I think that's just because I've been the squeakiest wheel about that, and they think by addressing and accommodating me, they can just squeak this by the board. Then you go on and afterwards, for item 15, they talk about there's a concern about dumpsters next to neighbors. Again, they moved it away from my mom's property, but they didn't move it away from the other property that has a dumpster right next adjacent to it. And on top of that, to kind of just show how they're trying to cram this through, many of the previous submittals repeatedly did not address the solid waste concerns about backing up and turning. So that just shows that those were kind of trial balloons to see what they could sneak through. On page 3, there's concerns, and this is in the first meeting, that are brought up, item 20, about stacked parking. Basically, they have the garage parking, and then they have the driveway in there. And if you factor that in, they don't really have, at the time they were claiming 2.46 parking spaces per unit. You don't really have that if you consider that not everybody's going to use the stacked parking. They're going to try to find parking elsewhere, so that when the wife wants to leave and the husband's car's in the way, they don't have to shuffle the cars in the morning when everybody's in a rush already. Moving on to page 4, item 30, they talk about, there's a concern brought up, are you asking for 63 just so you can get 50? Well, at the time they say, no, 63 is required. They can't make this work with with any less than 63. Well, they're already down to 60, and previously, as you know, last year, they were gonna put a food park there. And that was gonna be financially viable, and now they need 63 units or 61 units or whatever it is. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me that they need that density to make it economically feasible to develop. Then we move on to the second meeting, and one of the concerns brought up is sight lines, and specifically sight lines to one of the properties to the southeast, I think they call it. And they come up with a nice sight lines that they send out that show nice mature trees, but then just conveniently obscure that the 2-story buildings can look right into the property there. My mom's 79 years old. I don't know that she's gonna ever see mature trees like this, you know. And it's in the previous, the last one, Sean made much of a point about mature, already established trees. Well, that's not the case here. They're going to be spindly things for many years. Moving on, stacked parking again comes up as a concern. Now they're down to 2.25 park spots per unit. But it's only 1.68 if you take out the stacked parking, which, you know, some people will stack, but it does definitely drop the parking down. And how do they address this concern? They talk about putting something in the CC&Rs require parking in the garages. Well, one, how is that even enforceable? Is somebody gonna go and check everybody's garage and make sure there's a car parked there? And then 2, that doesn't even address the question of stacked parking doesn't really give you the full parking that you think it does, because a lot of people aren't gonna do the stacked parking. They're gonna find somewhere else to park. And the only reason they're doing that stacked parking, they can't fit everything in otherwise. Then another concern that was brought up in that second meeting was, hey, can you just enter off a power road? It would reduce a lot of the traffic concerns that the neighborhood has. And that's never been followed up on. The response was basically along, well, the city wouldn't allow that. And then later on, and I'm jumping to the next item here, is item 30 in that summary from the second meeting is we requested a third meeting, and the response to that is I'll send out another letter that, you know, addresses these concerns, and it specifically mentions that they're going to address the concern about can you just enter in off of power. Well, that letter came out and there's no mention of anything about Power Road. So to the best that I can tell, nothing was done to actually see if it's feasible to enter in off of Power Road to eliminate the entrance off of Hobart. Then another bombshell that was kind of dropped today is, oh, it was previously pitched in all the meetings as these are going to be for sale units. Well, now, boom, they're going to be rental units. That's a last minute change too. And that's something that I don't think anybody's heard about till just now tonight when Sean presented that. So,
to wrap up here as soon as you can.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Thank you for bearing with me.
It's been 6. It's been
So then there's a citizen participation report that was sent out. One of the first thing he talks about is individual outreach to neighboring property owners. There was no individual outreach to my mom, who literally lives next door. Wait a minute, actually there was. When the police were summoned to come to threaten her with trespassing when she dared to come over and see what was going on with Power Food Park. That doesn't sound like an owner that's really trying to work with the neighborhood to me. They had 2 in-person meetings. They don't make any reference to a request for a 3rd meeting in their summary. They take credit for notifying people within 500 feet versus 1,000 feet. Well, that was something that the city staff specifically requested and required of them because they knew that neighborhood outreach was important for this. Then they summarize all the results in 3 neat bullets with sub-bullets, but there's all kinds of typos and errors in that where it's kind of hard to follow what they addressed and what they didn't address, and one item is actually never addressed in the responses. So in conclusion, previous efforts by this property owner have resulted in a mixed approval from the board the last time around, with at least 1 yes vote, a reluctant one based on primarily the property owner's attitude, but they said they couldn't vote no just because of that. How much compliance are we going to get from this property owner with the pad overlay during permitting, building, and closeout, and how much of that is going to fall in the neighborhood to be hawks watching them to do that? Don't reward the charade that they have of neighborhood engagement and compromise with more density than the site really truly supports. And this doesn't have to be a vote against the owner because of his demonstrated animosity towards the neighborhood. It's a no vote because they have not truly tried to address the neighborhood concerns, but instead put lipstick on a pig and tried to sell it as a beauty queen. Tell them to go back to the neighborhood, truly work with them to try to address these concerns, or at the very least, continue this in the next board meeting so staff can research some of these concerns that we're raising. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. We've got Jeff Wickstrom.
Jeff Wickstrom on Hobart Street. I'm not a public speaker, actually I'm rough as a cob, so bear with me. I'm going to go after 3 points right now. Trust, common sense, and responsible decision. I don't envy your job. Every one of you has an incredibly difficult job. You represent us, and you also have to represent them. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do this night after night after night. Thank you for coming in and doing this. But when you cast those votes, remember, trust, common sense, and responsible decisions. Whatever decision you make here is going to affect us tomorrow, the next day, the next day. I've been in that neighborhood for almost 30 years now, and what's happening is out of control. 2 minutes. Trust. Let's start with trust. Can we trust these people? No. Based on their track record, absolutely not. We went from residential to office commercial to mini storage to a beach park to the food truck park. Come on, did you guys see that? What a mess. I mean, they basically were thumbing their nose at the city for over a year and the local population. We did everything we could with these people, and they're dumping their sewage on the street. We got video of this. They're calling us perverts because we're taking pictures of what's going on over there. That's not right. How do you work with a neighborhood like that? So trust, can they be trusted? Absolutely not. Dr. Apaya, wherever he's at, he is a smart guy. They tried to discredit him, said he could not make the decision. He can't make, of course he can make the decision. He was the right decision on the food truck park, and they tried to discredit him. That doesn't bother any of you guys? It should. It would really irritate me if they tried to do that to a coworker of mine. Bait and switch. Plain and simple, this is bait and switch. If it wasn't bait and switch, they wouldn't have gone through 7 or 8 different iterations. They just want to get this changed zoning and wash their hands and sell the property. I'm sure they already have something already lined up. Do we have that in writing? No, but that's what's going to happen. Your decision here tonight is going to affect that. You'll be done. You'll be back here again when the next guy is trying to number 8, number 9, whatever. I'm stuck with it. I'm stuck in the neighborhood. You know, it's not going to change for me. I still have to go in and out. Sorry, common sense, common sense. Look at the traffic, for crying out loud. We got the most busy road on the planet right there. Power Road, up and down and up and down. You want to put 61 more families in there? You got or not hospital, you got police and fire right next to it. You're gonna have to have that ingress and egress. You're gonna have some kind of emergency light right there. Then you're gonna take this neighborhood that isn't a through neighborhood. It's a U-shaped street. Okay, you can't get out anywhere else. You got to get out Power Road. You're going to run all these people out there, and now we're talking rental properties. What the hell is that? That's the, what, 9th bait and switch. How many times are we going to keep doing this? We're wasting your time. They're wasting everybody's time. He says difficult to put something on this property. Not at all. It's easy. You got 2.5 acres that's zoned office commercial. Come up with a plan, we're done. You got 4 acres that the last owner was gonna lay out 6 homes, and that got approved. You know, before this one, sorry, one last thing, 2 last things, I didn't see anywhere where the drainage is supposed to go, what do they call it? Water retention and drainage, you know, where's that gonna go? And really, the bottom line is everything going on to Hobart and traffic. That church, if you ever go by that church on a Sunday when all the snowbirds are back, I mean, they have a traffic cop up there, okay? So now you got this church right there and another church across the way, and you got 61 more units that, rentals? Come on, man. We want to work with them. Don't get me wrong. We want to work with these people. We have been trying. Craig over there, 14 years, 12 years. It's not going anywhere. Anyways, all I'm asking is when it's time to vote, vote with your heart. Vote with what's right. Trust, common sense, responsible decisions for tomorrow. That's what we need from you guys. Don't let us down.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, goodness. Is it Art Jordan? Is that ringing a bell? AIA? Does that help? Am I reading?
I think you're right. Art Jordan, yeah.
Art Jordan?
Art, is there an Art?
At 4018 North Pinnacle Hills. Okay, well, we'll set this aside for the moment. Okay, Roger Jenkins. That one I can read.
Mr. Chairman and the board, my name is Roger Jenkins. I live at 6834 East Halifax. What can I say? Someday that we might come down here and approve one of the projects that Mr. Lake is presenting to us, but it's not going to be today on this project. These are custom homes on 1 acre plus lots and 61 townhomes that are now going to be rented because the same excuse with the OC, the office, heard the same thing then. It's just not going to work with the neighborhood. It's too dense, too much traffic, parking on the streets. Please don't approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
What else can I say? These guys are said it all.
Okay. David Sloan.
All right.
I think I remember you from last year.
I'm getting comfortable here at this little kiosk, yeah. David Sloan, 6822 East Halifax Drive. Live in the inner notch, of the project. So I share a property line with it on 2 sides. Lived there for about 10 years. I want to add one thing. The idea that these parcels are difficult to develop, or have been, that there's something really weird or hard about them, I think is a fallacy. Craig mentioned, or somebody mentioned it. The 2 parcels that are originally, that are currently zoned as OC, number 1 is conditional upon a 4 single-story site plan, for single-story medical office site plan. It's part of the conditions for that. That condition was never met. So fair enough, it's OC in a sense, but it needs to go through zoning to get to whatever is going to eventually be built on there, right? The other 4 acres that were added, that were added to this just recently, they weren't available. They were land banked by the church for 30, 40 years. So that dirt has sat empty because the church kept it to be overflow parking. So they only put it for sale just a handful of years ago. And the most recent owner of that had every intention of developing it for his own use, and a few other properties. So, 4 or 6 properties on those acres. I had a conversation with him about it, and I asked him, ultimately, well, why did you decide not to move forward with that and sell? And his answer, funnily enough, was, well, I don't want to live next to a food park. So I think that explains that a bit. The 4 single-story offices, those, the neighborhood has no issue with that. That's a reasonable use of that land. Totally fits. However, the issue that we're talking about here is to take land that's currently zoned for 6 homes, right? That's what would fit on there right now. That's what it's platted out for. And we want to increase that by an order of magnitude to more than 60. So that's a big change. I don't see how that change is in line with, the usage of the neighborhood. Want to keep this tight for you? We're all here. It's late. Let's see. So the land has usefulness and value, without requiring this. It's not that the land needs to be. We got to figure out come on, let's all band together. We've got to save this land. No, the land has value on its own, right? Let's just let it be what it is. RS-15, totally reasonable. That is a blend between the RS-35 and the RS-9, that completely encircles, this land. That gives them 17 homes, right? RS-9, maybe a bit of a stretch, but it matches what's on the other side of Power. It matches what is within, miles of that almost exclusively. That'd get them 29. This proposal is for more than twice that. It is too much. So my hope and my pleading is recommend no. They can come back with something that's more reasonable. The land can still be developed. It doesn't shut everything down forever. Doesn't mean they're bad people. Just means let's put something together that fits. Have a good night.
All right, thank you. I've got a card here from Karen Jenkins, who says she's opposed, but it doesn't indicate if she wants to speak. I don't want to speak. Okay. Well, we've noted your comment here. And then I've got a card from Mike Meyer.
I can stand back here and you can still hear me. My name is Mike Meyer. I actually live at 6342 East Adobe. The property that I put on the card is 6802 East Indigo because that is where my daughter and son-in-law are currently residing. I bought that property and built the house in 1980. At the time, almost all the houses in that area, 72 acres total, were 2.5 acre lots. Obviously, a lot of them have been split since then. I have an issue with it, what you're proposing. I don't think 62 houses on that property is appropriate. I don't think the 3 stories are appropriate. I agree with what has been said here, that if we're looking at an RS-15, even the 9, I think most of us would go along with that more than adequately and be perfectly acceptable to it. But what Mr. Lake is proposing right now is not acceptable. he says he's tried to work with us. The second meeting, I made some statement to him, and he basically lifted his shoulders and go, indicating that he has no intention of changing what he has right now. If he takes out all the stupid amenities that he has and puts in houses, single units, he can still make money on that property. I have no problem with people making money. I just think that you need to be responsible whenever you're looking at it and deciding how much money do I really need to make on this and still be satisfactory to all the surrounding areas and the surrounding people. So, as people have said, I certainly hope you guys will be responsible, that you'll take an approach that is a good decision, that is taking into consideration what the people in the area currently desire. I'd also make a statement that I was here years ago when we proposed, or whenever the city proposed, the planners proposed, basically promised to me that they were going to dead end Indigo, and they never did dead end it. And now it gets tremendous traffic for the students going up and down that street to get to Red Mountain High School all the time. So you are now looking at an additional problem whenever these people try to get out on Hobart or from Hobart onto Power, they're gonna cut through the church parking lot onto Indigo in order to be able to get out. I don't appreciate that. Hope you make a good decision.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so we've got several comment cards from folks that made a comment but didn't want to speak. So I'm going to ask Vice Chair Ayers if he'll go through those right now.
I'd like to speak. I should have a blue card.
What's your name?
Russell Burnson.
Okay, let me have Vice Chair Ayers read these comments, and then when he's done, I'll have you come up.
Okay, Scott Madrero is opposed to this item and does not wish to speak. That's the first one. There's a few of these that do not wish to speak. Ray Leo.
If their address is there, do you mind just?
You want addresses? So Scott Madrero at 6952 East Hobart is opposed and does not wish to speak. Ray Leo at 6951 East Hobart is opposed and does not wish to speak as well. Laura Inosara at 6951 East Hobart is opposed and does not wish to speak. And Philip Rodriguez at 7035 East Hobart is also opposed and does not wish to speak. And the last one is Linda Vassler at 1451 North 71st Street is opposed and does not wish to speak but has a comment. Keep our zoning R35. This area is all single-family homes. What is being proposed does not fit the immediate neighborhood or the surrounding neighborhoods. If you have not come out to this area, I strongly suggest you do, and you will see that this proposed site does not match the area at all. Multifamily does not belong in this neighborhood.
Okay, and then last call for Art Jordan, 4018 North Pinnacle something Circle. Anyway, it doesn't. It says I wish to speak, but it doesn't indicate opposed or not opposed. So, all right, come on up and I think that's the end of. Is there anyone else that had filled out a speaker's slip tonight for this item? Okay. And please remember to state your name and address.
My name is Russell Burnson. My wife and I live at 6908 East Hobart Street, which is just across the street, and we're just east of the church, across the street from this project, a little northeast. You know, you've heard from a lot of people, and I was going to say I couldn't cover everything, but Kevin did a great job of trying to cover all of the facts in 3 minutes. All of the things that have come up, and Sean's going to come back and, you know, try and shoot all those down. But, you know, you've heard some emotion tonight, right? Well, this is our home. So I do some training from time to time, and one of the things that I seem to get through to people that I'm trying to teach and train is if I put it in context of a story. So here's a true story. A couple moved to Arizona, been married for 29 years, moved to Arizona 20 years ago. They had a lifelong dream of living someplace warm. Well, we got that. This couple had a goal also of living in a open space, a home with lots of space, a big yard and so forth. And after 10 years, looking around Arizona, found this wonderful area right along the U-shape they talk about around Hobart and Halifax. It's just a wonderful area. Developed in the 70s. All of the homes were an acre or more, as you've heard. This home had some issues. It was run down. It was infested with termites, but it had potential. So the couple acquired the home, spent their life savings over the next 3 years remodeling it and making it their dream home. Well, as you could probably figure out by now, I'm half of that couple. Not the better half by any means, but I am half. The point I'm trying to make here is that the people that you've heard from today, and there's a lot more that you haven't heard from today, have a similar story. This is an area that is unique to a lot of the higher development, more dense development areas in Mesa. Mesa's a big area. We have a huge area here in Arizona. Why do we have to take 6 acres and a cookie cutter and figure out how to get 61 units in 6 acres? You know, it's kind of mind-boggling. But I'm already out of time, and I'd like to quickly go through the handout. So I wanted to give you the perspective. So in that first handout, you know, you can see this is submitted. This is one of the submittals by the owners to the city that the staff has gone through. In blue, that's the area. Well, there's 61 units proposed in that blue area. You can kind of see the 924, kind of how they're spread out in multi-level houses. Well, look all around. Every one of those ones is a single family home. All of those areas in over 10 times the land only total 41 homes. How can you let 61 units go into this area? Trying to move right along. So the other issue, one of the big safety issues I feel is if you're driving down, you can see the arrow, driving down Hobart Street, and you're looking down Power Road, and I've had communication with Sean about this, and he says, okay, well, we're meeting the city requirements. Well, if you go to one of the amendments they're looking for, they want to reduce the city requirement from 30 feet to 20 feet. And if you look at some of their renderings, you're going to see that they're, in addition to reducing that 30 feet to 20 feet, there's also landscaping along that area. I've driven that area for over 10 years. It's difficult to see oncoming traffic. Now it's going to be even more difficult. Again, moving along, if you can go to the second page, I just wanted to point out another, it's a great preliminary grading and drainage plan, but in order to get, one of the things they have to do in order to get 61 units in and talk about limiting that 30-foot height restriction, well, they've got to put these houses, units, townhomes, rentals, whatever they're going to be, they have to put them as low as they possibly can. If you look at those blue areas, that 1494, that is at the same elevation as Power Road. Down a little further south, 1493, I just blew up what is already on this plan. I'm not making it up. That means that elevation of those homes is at the same elevation of Power Road. That storm drain that is along existing and the one that they've proposed, there's a storm drain along Hobart, it's plugged all the time. I don't think I've ever seen it unplugged. We get just a 2-inch. Imagine what would happen if we got 4 inches in a few hours of rain. 2 inches of rain along that area, Power Road is flooded. The water's just going down there. I feel sorry for the people that buy those homes along that area because they're going to be flooded. My last comment is the PAD request of required versus proposed. And it says it all. You're going from 30 feet to 20 feet, minimum setback of cross drive aisles, 50 feet to 11 feet. They have to do it to get 61 units in 6 acres. I hope, as you've heard from people, you guys do have the ability to request that they go back to the drawing board. You've heard from several neighbors. I'm right there with them. I would love to have more neighbors, but have it conform to what we have in our neighborhood and the surrounding homes. So please consider that and don't just pass it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so let me, that's going to do it for our public comment period. Let me ask the applicant's lawyer to come back up, and if you'd like to respond to some of the things you've heard, that would be great.
Chairman, board members, Sean Lake, I just wanted to touch base on a few things. It's been a really long night, so I'm not going to take a whole lot of time here. This is a difficult piece of property. It hasn't developed in a lot of years. It's irregular shaped. If it were a nice rectangular 10-acre site that you could plan and design out, it'd be a lot easier. But it's a very challenging site to develop with frontage along Power Road. And so the type of land uses that you can develop with frontage along Power Road are significantly limited. There aren't a whole lot of people that want a half-acre lot siding or backing up to Power Road and then go invest, for a half-acre lot, a significant amount of money. And so you start to have to decide what is a good land use for this piece of property. And we have brought forward to the city, as the neighbors have pointed out, quite a few land uses for this property over the many years to try to come to something that we think is a reasonable land use of the property. Because at the end of the day, you've got property owners that have right to develop the property, and you have neighbors that have interest in that. And so we're trying to come up with a land use that is reasonable, that allows the property owner to utilize their property, given the constraints of what happens around there. We think this is a good land use. It will provide diversity of housing in the area. We think this is a good alternative, good diverse housing product that will be beneficial. Whether the people pay their mortgage to a mortgage company or they pay it to a rental company, they're still people. They're good people. I'm tired of hearing people say that people that live in rental homes, because I have somebody renting a home on both sides of my house where I live now, are they implied to be negative? That is, maybe I'm a little, it's long. I apologize. People are people, and they're good people, whether they pay their mortgage to a mortgage company or pay them to a rental company. These are good quality, nice homes. As far as the bait and switch comment, that's the reason why we have a PAD. This project is tied to this plan. We're not going to be able to have this plan, get the zoning approved, then all of a sudden come and bring some other use for the property. This has a PAD that ties this development plan that you've seen has been on the board. That's the project they're building. If they want to do something else, we can come back and do this whole process all over again and do something else. But for right now, we're not baiting and switch. We think this is a good, reasonable land use. The 30 and 20-foot setback, the reason we have that deviation is because we pushed the whole site as close to Power as we possibly could. So that's a setback deviation for Power Road. That's actually something that is, I guess, more detrimental to us so that we could have a larger setback adjacent to the neighbors. We have worked with the city and will continue to work with city on site visibility triangles. The city won't let us build anything that has site visibility issues that would be a traffic hazard. So we think this is a good project. We think this is a good, reasonable land use. We think this is good diversity of housing for the area, and we would request your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lake? Board Member Peterson.
Sean, one of the comments was having the access off of Power Road. What is the reason or response for that comment?
We didn't want to, or the city didn't want us to have an access off of Power Road. You have access at Hobart, you have access at Halifax, you have access with the church. Having another access point, you're going to have another access point with the fire station. Typically, the city likes to see residential or other developments to go from a neighborhood to a collector, then to an arterial. And so that's the way we've designed it. And the location that we put that main access point is directly across from the church's main entrance into their project, so that we could play off of the same. They're going to be really, really busy on Sunday. We're going to have traffic come and go the rest of the week. So we thought that was a good location to have access. And then people will exit out onto Hobart or Halifax and then straight to Power.
So that was based on city transportation requirements. What, on the PAD deviations, minimum setback of cross drive aisles from 50 feet to 11? What is, in my head, I'm looking at the plan and I'm not sure what that means. Where's that, what does that apply to?
I'm going to have to see if I can find my engineer on that one. Give me a second. Let me see if I can pull this up and I can talk you through. I don't see the cursor coming up. On the south parcel, a small piece of property, you enter off of Halifax, and then we created kind of a loop system with an access out to Power Road. That gated access point is not for residents, but for solid waste only, so that we didn't have to put in a cul-de-sac there for a turnaround for solid waste. And so that gated access is for solid waste and emergency access only. And that setback is because that gate is within 11 feet of that parking space right there, as opposed to the standard, which is typically 50 feet.
Okay, so it's from the right-of-way on Power Road to where
that parking space would be.
Emergency gate is?
Yes.
Okay.
And that gate is only for solid waste and emergency uses.
Okay. Is that an automated gate then?
It would be the city's, an automated gate that only the city could function. The residents would not be able to exit out that gate. They would only be able to come and go off of Halifax.
Okay, and that was, again, transportation-driven criteria?
That was a transportation-driven, and actually we started with having that an exit only, but the issue was raised at a neighborhood meeting to not do that, and working with the transportation department, because as you're traveling north on Power, if you can get into that area, there might be some confusion. People thinking you're going to turn on Halifax and then you stop short and turn into that entrance. It was just too close to Halifax. And so that's why we just cut that one off for any residents at all.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, anything else? Okay, thank you, Sean. And I would like to hear from Ryan again on this. Ryan, while you're making your way to the podium, just two things. I kind of want to hear your reaction, if you agree with Mr. Lake on the access on Power Road, and then also on the visibility off of Hobart, looking either way down, or I guess looking south down Power.
Sure. Chair, I'll start with the first question and access on the Power Road. So just to build off of what Mr. Lake had just described about the southern portion of the neighborhood, we did not support a driveway onto Power Road there, just given the proximity to Halifax, safety concerns with full access movements coming out of that driveway. transportation stance on that subject was not to have a driveway in that location. And I think it was an emergency services and solid waste driven kind of recommendation for the gate that he's describing that could only be accessed by emergency services and solid waste. Now, to move to the north, which is kind of the secondary portion of the property, in a driveway on Power Road, it's not necessarily true that transportation would not support a driveway on Power Road in between Hobart and Halifax, yet that driveway would have to be right in, right out access. It would have to keep proper distances from Hobart and Halifax. And again, it would be right in, right out, given that the Power Road cross-section does have raised median. From a traffic safety perspective, and entering this type of land use, and again, this is purely from a traffic safety standpoint, we would certainly urge, just like other developments along this corridor, for access points to be pulled off of the main arterial and onto the local collector street so that you're having a course of access management. You're reducing the amount of access conflicts onto a main arterial. So we certainly do support the driveways coming off of the local streets, lower volume, lower speed. You can kind of get the picture of consolidating access points on a major arterial is a safety goal.
And will those collectors, Halifax and Hobart, will those accommodate the traffic from this proposed development?
Yeah, and both of those roads you would really dub as the local streets. I mean, they feed a very isolated community back there. With what the traffic they see today is not surprisingly very, very low, right? It's the traffic volumes on those local streets are extremely low today as we sit today. Introducing 61 units and the traffic projections, the trip generations that would come out of that site, that would be easily handled by a typical local street throughout the city. So from a capacity perspective of a local street, there wouldn't be concerns with that additional traffic.
And then on the visibility question?
Visibility, thank you. Yes, we just like Mr. Lake said, we have very stringent standards that apply to both driveways and intersections, since they'll be kind of interacting with both with this site. They will have to maintain standards for what he described as site visibility triangles or sight lines, and that's based upon how that access, the oncoming traffic that you need to be able to see based upon the speed of the facility, and we will certainly hold the standards true on this site to make sure that those sight lines are maintained.
And when do you do that? Do you take a look at the site plan that's proposed and make the determination that it complies, or does that determination come later?
It's always a very fronting and foremost comment that's made up front on these sites as we see these kind of preliminary landscape plans come through. It is a comment that we carry through as actual construction plans are generated. We actually make the designers put the site visibility lines on the drawings and show that they will not be putting any sort of obstruction, whether that be vegetation, walls, anything that could obstruct that site visibility line.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ryan? No? Okay, thank you for sticking around so late tonight. Okay, well, board, we've been at this a long time, and thanks to those that have come out from the public to be here tonight. It's been a long night for you, and you were the last ones on the agenda, so thanks for sticking it out. Is there discussion on this item? I'm not seeing any discussion. Is there a motion that on the table on this item, or does someone want to make a motion?
You guys are all chickens. Okay. This site is, as we know, a very contentious site. We've seen several years, again and again and again. I don't think that, this site is difficult because of the shape and the dimensions and all the requirements from the city is gonna require. Access is an issue. I know the neighbors are upset and frustrated that they have not seen all their comments and concerns addressed. I do feel though that it, Fortunately, you don't, I mean, sometimes you just can't address all the concerns. I do feel that they have stepped back, and there is the 2 stories and the 1 story. And then the 3 stories are further away. So I feel that on this one, they have made good effort. It is a lot of units compared to what they're used to in the area, but it is Power Road. And I do agree that, and I've seen other sites that are adjacent to larger properties. A major arterial, it would be nice to have, half-acre lots against them, but those kind of properties do not, for the cost that you're gonna pay for those, just for the land, they don't wanna be next to Power Road. Especially, with it's 6 lanes, you're gonna have median, all that stuff, and now you've got, and also you've got the police station, substation, all that stuff going in there. Those properties just, I kept hearing that they might like RS9. I would think you would have to do an RS9 or even lower, even if you wanted single family detached. So I think this site, for what they're proposing and what they have tied to the land use meets what is appropriate in this area and will fit we have been told with past board members that we do not have enough apartments or not apartments, but higher density housing in this area. It's a deficiency in the Northeast Mesa area, and I think this helps alleviate some of those issues and will help serve, I know you guys don't agree with me, but help serve some of the residents and the schools and the teachers and everything else that we are so needing in this area.
So do you want to make a motion on this one?
Does anybody else have a comment?
Anyone?
I can speak for the schools. I know that we are losing a lot of school children in the district because we do not have enough housing, and it is very expensive and hard, younger families. So that makes it really difficult. I know the school in the neighborhood is down enrollment by quite a bit, about 100 kids. And they're looking at this. I don't see any other, there's not a lot of choice for different type of housing in this neighborhood. There's so many homes that there's not a lot of choice for a variety of families to move in.
Chair, if you're ready for a motion, a recommendation, I'm ready to do it.
Is there any other, thank you, Board Member Allen. Is there any other discussion okay, why don't you go ahead and make your motion?
I recommend that we approve ZON 22-00671 District 5 within the 1,300 to 1,500 blocks of North Power Road, within the 6,800 blocks of East Howard Street, and within the 6,800 blocks of East Halifax Drive, located north of Brown Road on the east side of Power Road, rezoned from single residence 35 and office commercial, excuse me, to multiple residence 2 with a planned area development overlay and a site plan review. This request will allow for a multiple residence development, and staff recommendation is approval with conditions.
Thank you, Board Member Allen. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Sarkisian. Okay, so I'm not sure our technology is working well, so I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote on this. Okay, Chair Crockett votes aye. Vice Chair Ayers.
Aye.
Board Member Allen.
Aye.
Board Member Sarkisian.
Aye.
Board Member Peterson.
No.
Board Member Pitcher.
No.
Board Member Montez.
Aye.
All right, so by your vote of 5 ayes and 2 noes, you have passed item 4C on the agenda.
Well, somebody screws up your neighborhood.
Okay. Rachel, is there anything else on the agenda for us to cover tonight?
Sure, board members, no, there is not. Just like to say, I know it's been a really late night, and thank you for your service.
Okay. Then I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Board Member Pitcher has moved that we adjourn. It's been seconded by Vice Chair Ayers. Let me go ahead and call the roll. Chair Crockett votes aye. Vice Chair Ayers.
Aye.
Board Member Allen.
Aye.
Board Member Sarkisian.
Aye.
Board Member Peterson.
Yes.
Board Member Pitcher. Board Member Montez.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.